All right, that looks like the end of Voodoo Custom Street ET action. We're going to move into Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET. This is their time run. Hard Times Parts and Service action right here. Oh, Kevin Adams coming to play over there in the strange lane. That was just as green as you could turn it. These gals are honing their craft. Josie Brooks down from Canada, good tree as well, all over that Schwartz Law Group top gas number where she lives. Bob Burt from Clearwater, Florida, in the right lane, belts out a 9:17, 141. I think that was Gary Russell. Part-time Vermonter in the left side, 9:23. Very close race there. Both bikes pretty well together the whole way through. We're in the time run session of Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET. And you can see those reaction times popping up on the board. These guys and gals out here in Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET are not messing around. Some outstanding reaction times getting set up because this is the one and only time run for the category. At this time, I need my Ultra Sportsman riders. Ultra Sportsman, please bring them to the back of lane number 4. Ultra Sportsman, lane number 4 will be clear in under 5 minutes for you. So, Ultra Sportsman, you'll be on deck. We're going to go into Comp Eliminator. But Ultra Sportsman to lane number 4, please. Ultra Sportsman, lane number 4. Okay, sounds like the bike in left lane didn't shift, and that was after a 103 short time. Did not shift, is still coasting through to a 10:03 at only 90 mile per hour. Seth Buscieri, 8:10, 173. Almost 174 on that turbo. Outstanding pass there. Once again, Ultra Sportsman, please bring him to the rear lane 4. You're going to be next up in 4. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane number 4. Competition Eliminator, you guys are on deck at this point. Competition Eliminator will run directly behind Pro ET. All right, got just a couple pair left in Pro ET. Going to be moving to the ready line, so lane 4 is officially fully open for those riders in Ultra Sportsman. You will be up behind Competition Eliminator. We're going to move from Pro ET to Competition Eliminator. Rashad Rowe, no, excuse me, that's Rylan Rowe left side, and Brandon Cunningham right lane. Cunningham 813, 166, 896 for Rowe. Both of those bikes will be back in their respective heads-up category as well. All right. Once again, I do need my Ultra Sportsman riders to lane number 4, please. Ultra Sportsman to 4. Competition Eliminator, you're on deck.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech every day.
category you set records and set indexes. It's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out here. Both of these riders going to be obviously this is a qualifying pass here, but it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out with indexes and records, see how well it can be policed and run. Great thanks to Rick Steiner for stepping up to take the torch and carry on the traditional motorcycle drag racing record-setting type of experience that a lot of the riders grew up on back in the older days. It's that type of deal. And the Roy Boy out for a Saturday stroll, 11:07, 119 miles per hour. All right, there it is. So, just that quick, we're going to be moving into Ultra Sportsman. Ultra Sportsman, if you're not locked and loaded in lane number 4, you're officially late. We're going to move from Ultra Sportsman over to MTC Engineering Super Comp. Super Comp riders, lane 5 is open for you. Scott DeLong's already taken advantage of that so he can get a first hit. Lane 5 is open for Super Comp riders. And at this time, we will open lane 6 as well for Top Gas. Top Gas is open for lane 6. All right, Ultra Sportsman, this will be round 2 of qualifying. Brett Bennett held serve last night, his 950 with a 7, taking the provisional pole over John Markham's 951, Joaquin Ortiz 951, Don Horta 952, and Joe Clemmy's 953 took the top 5 spots, and you got Matt Curley up. He went too quick, and Crawford is to the good, so Crawford blazing the tire in that right lane. He'll have to work on that setup. He's going to want to go over and see the folks at MTC Engineering and get some clutch management built into that bike. Matt Curley left before the tree was activated, so he got no time. So, a bit auspicious in the first pair. Brett Bennett, your provisional number 1 qualifier, left side, and big Stanley Russell, right lane. Stanley Russell, the body shop magnet out of Gray, Georgia. Bennett getting the better of him on the tree that time. 54, Bennett. Kind of all over the number, looking good. Stanley, 962. Once again, MTC Engineering Super Comp Lane 5 is open for you. Lane 5 is open for Super Comp. Super Comp to Lane 5. And I do need my top gassers to Lane 6, please. 50 action, keeping up. A couple breakouts there. Clemmy and Thompson both too quick. Brett Bennett's 950 with a 7 is still holding up. MTC Engineering Super Comp to lane 5, please. MTC Engineering Super Comp, lane 5. Schwartz Law Group, top gas, lane 6. Schwartz Law Group, top gas, lane number 6, please. And the machine in the left lane that had lost some parts on track, they can be retrieved at the starting line. Just a memo to all riders, secure your equipment. Secure your equipment. Jeremy England down from Ohio and Joaquin Ortiz. Joaquin is currently in the number 4 spot. England in the number 12. So both are looking to move up. Too quick for Ortiz, but that is an improvement for England. John Markham dead last in the line here. He'll probably be running in the next category, and being last in the first one isn't where you want to be. Currently anchoring the number 2 qualifying spot with that 951. Rips it on down through there. 953, he also is all over that number. Both passes. Good job by Markham. All right. Next going into MTC Engineering Super Comp. Super Comp Index 90. So
Look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fuel.
Really good runs there. Lindbergh Simmons 891, Samuel Parrish 890, but Braden Davis is 8900 last night. For the most part, has sealed the deal. A lot of guys stacked up in there in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Some guys really on the number. Angel Lopez left side, Michael T. Smith right lane. Smith pulling the wheel, straightens it up, tucks it in. 883 breaking out for Lopez, 907 for Smith. Bernard Gilbert, I don't think he made a pass last night. No, he did not. Markham, John Markham, your defending national champion, Right lane, he's got an 895 too, to his credit. .886 breaking out for Markham, no help. Breakout for Gilbert. And that will actually give him a legal run, but probably not what he was looking for. He will be part of the show, though. Super Comp looking at a strong field of 30 entries here. And here we go. Look at the devil. Your #1 qualifier, Braden Davis, on the family-owned Kawasaki entry, left side. Now, Braden had zero trouble with this machine yesterday. A to B, capital A to capital B, 8900. He and his dad did have trouble in Robinson Industries Pro Comp. Both bikes did not make a full pull, so be curious to see when the pros come up what they've got there. Big Rodney Gant in the right lane. .890 with a 4. Braden just, oh man, 2 passes, and he's a total of 4 thousandths off of the index. That is very, very impressive. Rodney makes a pass and gets in the field. Montez Thompson Sr. trying to act like his kid, running in all these categories. 967. That is actually an improvement. Joe Clemmy, 931. He is just breaking out a bunch. There's Montez Thompson Jr., left side. Ryland Rowe waiting for direction. Ryland in the right lane. He laid down an 8.906 last night. Outstanding pass. He's currently sitting in a 3rd spot with that. Junior doesn't have a pass under his belt, and he may still not. No, he's going to have steam to get to the other end. Trouble off the start line, but bike is not happy in the left lane. 888. Ryland showing he's on the index. And so that's a legal qualifier for Montez Thompson Jr., left side. He is now part of the field. And that puts a wrap on MTC Engineering Super Comp. Very shortly, we'll be moving into Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. Very, very shortly, we'll move.
drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see fuel tech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.
Look at this, huh?
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see fuel tech everywhere.
Jim Bernier out of Canada, left side on the bright yellow bike. Brian Miner this nitrous Hayabusa in the right lane really puts out some speed in the top end. He's probably going to be 10 bikes behind you at the 8th mile, and then you blink, he's going to be by you. Miner's bike moves on the other end. Had 180 some odd mile per hour trap speed yesterday. That bike is moving. Bernier, no doubt, enjoying the Florida sunshine coming down from the snow. Miner picked the wheel up a couple times, looking to chase him down. And there he goes, 8:01, way too quick for Jim Bernier, 164 mile per hour. Good pass, but not on the index. Brian Miner, even with pulling the wheel, goes 8:27 at 184 mile per hour. So Miner is definitely moving on the top end. It's going to be interesting when eliminations come around, how they'll deal with that. And there's Josie Brooks, former national champion, the Polar Express. They too enjoying some Florida sunshine down from Canada. And Dalton Markham, right side. Dalton, Kentucky runner. Great reaction times, both riders. Josie's been all over the 820 number in Pro ET, and she's still there. 2 thou too quick. Just a tick too quick. Dalton Markham, 8:45, bit off pace, and that does not improve him. Next up, we'll have Juan Cintron on the Kawasaki, one of the last guys to finally quit throwing a clutch lever, and he's loving that slider. MTC Engineering slider, equipped bike in the left lane. Steve Breakstone, ZX14, right lane. Turns it red, but it does not matter. He goes 8:22, an outstanding run for Breakstone, 167 mile per hour. A little off pace for Cintron's 8:37. He was too quick, so he's found both ends of it. He'll probably take the next one and split the difference and lay down a good one. Jeremy England, down from Ohio, purveyor of the Midwest Sportsman Drag Racing Series, which will be working cooperatively later this year with Man Cup when we go to Indianapolis Raceway Park, and that will be a barn burner, I can promise you that. Mike Hansen, right lane. England, 8:27. Mike Hansen, 8:20 with a 7. Mike Hansen, there it is. He just put himself atop the board. And Breakstone's 8:22 also eclipsed Baldy's pass. Chad Ott's next in the Burns lane. And Heather Baldy, your national champion, in the Strange lane. She's now been relegated to 3rd. What's she got for the boys? Otts, Baldy. Ooh, Chad really nailed the tree. Chad is not playing. Chad, 8:26 is an improvement for him. Heather, 8:30, no improvement. All right, as soon as we finish up with Schwartz Law Group Top Gas, we will go into track preparation. And upon the completion of the track prep, we will go into Super Heavyweight and Real Street. That will be the first two behind the track prep. Robinson Industries Pro Comp, you're on standby. Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 also on standby. Jerry Hurley, left side. Brandon Cunningham, right side. Hurley, oh so close. 8:19 flat, 8:17 for Cunningham. And that 19 is actually a slight improvement for Hurley. He was too quick last night, but worse quick. And that is not an improvement for Cunningham. Mike Hansen's 8:20 with a 7, topping the leaderboard. Dwayne Leachman, left side, and Mark Chaffee, right side. For Chaffee, he did not have a legal run prior, so he's in the field. Dwayne Leachman still with troubles, definitely not where he wants to be, but he can probably rest assured he'll get it. Dwayne Schmidt, left side. And Seth Bouchieri, another one of these motorcycles that really rolls on the other end. Some of these guys' top speeds are just crazy. Seth's beautiful orange Hayabusa, South Florida runner. And, you know, you look at it, you think, well, I got this, and he'll slap you down the other end, and you ain't got nothing. 8:12, 171. Too quick. But actually a little better too quick than he was prior. Dwayne Schmidt's 8:27, no improvement. Schmidt had an 8:25 under his belt. Very consistent, but needs about 4 or 5 to really be on the number. All right. Next up, Kevin Adams down from Ohio. Pretty boy, CJ Mims. Pretty boy on a bar bike over there. CJ. Racing Machine out of Georgia. Kevin Adams. Been racing his whole adult life. He and his brother Craig, a threat to win any class they enter. Not this pass. Kevin with trouble, he shuts it off. 8:17, nice pass by Mims. A little bit less worse than last night, so he's creeping up to the number from the wrong way. Big Jerome Gordon. Can't even believe Mike's out there spotting for him after he wouldn't help load the trailer. Mike Thompson left to load the entire trailer up in the Ohio snow. And Braden Davis back just that quick. He went 8:19.8 last night on the 820 index. Bike looks like a junior drag bike in the left lane. There's nothing over there. Jerome, right lane. Braden. 006 red, 117 short time. Davis, 8:22. He's on the good side of it now. 8:34 for Jerome Gordon. Just a very slight improvement for Gordon. Big improvement for Davis. Davis jumping into the number 2 spot with that pass. An outstanding job of qualifying multiple vehicles. Braden Davis, Davis family. All right, we got bike number 270 in the left lane. Unknown rider. Scott DeLong, Central Florida, right side, just down the road. He's probably got more passes on this racing surface than any of the guys or gals out here. DeLong with a 9:03 prior. DeLong, 8:26, good pass. That'll move him up markedly. 8.67 for the left side. He did not have a legal run prior, so that's going to put him in the field. Michael T. Smith rolling down through there. Smith, 8:31. That's a marked improvement on last night's pass, so that's good. Michael Smith moving on up the ladder. MJ Shirley. Surely he can, and surely he does. Big improvement for MJ. Got it moving on. Goes 8:57, 1:56, and that is going to put a period on our Schwartz Law Group Top Gas action. And we've got Total Venue Concepts already on the racetrack scraping. Ralph and the staff here at Gainesville Raceway keeping the racetrack ready to go for you. So we got some track maintenance coming up. As soon as we come back, it will be the two super heavyweight motorcycles that we should have. That'll be coming out of lane number 7. And also right behind them would be the two Real Street motorcycles to come out of lane number 4. That'll be the first things up. Robinson Industries Pro Comp, you're on standby. Robinson Industries Pro Comp. As a matter of fact, let's call you. Pro Comp, bring it to 6. Robinson Industries Pro Comp, bring it to 6. You'll be the third category up.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Ah, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Now, it is the calm before the storm here at Gainesville International Raceway. Of course, this is one of the most famous tracks in the world, has been for years. I've done a lot of racing here myself and a few wins. And just take a look at this racing surface. Right now, it is about 9 a.m. in the morning, and look at this place. Look at the excellence out there. That track, smooth as a pool table, sticky as flypaper. We're going to talk a little bit about Total Venue Concepts and how they make these track surfaces so amazing. So we're going to come back at you in a little bit with that. And we have an entire weekend of racing that's coming your way. It is the Man Cup, Fuel Tech, and all the coolest racers in the country are here today for your entertainment. right, now, one of the main aspects of drag racing these days, of course, is track prep. Track prep has made the difference in so many categories, both two-wheeled and four-wheeled. And we're here right now with Ralph Mayberry from Total Venue Concepts. And Ralph's going to tell us a little bit about what he's here to do this weekend. And of course, your company, Total Venue Concepts, headed up by Kurt Johnson, has made an amazing, indelible mark on the sport of late. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing here this weekend with Gainesville Raceway.
So this is our first race with Hollywood and the Man Cup. We come in and we do everything to prepare the track, to scraping it, to putting it back together, to put the glue, and then maintenance during the event, cleanups and whatever entails. We pride ourselves on taking really good care of the track and making it for whatever kind of vehicles that are running, you know.
Outstanding. And, you know, we're going to have a quick look at the tractor here. Of course, I love the name Overkill. Does that have a particular significance?
It's just a name that we build our own brooms. We build a complete tractor. That's the name of our broom. Kubota, we use Kubota tractors. It's just stuff that we have refined and found a way to make better and not as hard to get.
I've noticed that, of course, you've got multiple teams in play. You had mentioned Kurt Johnson is out at Pomona this weekend for the NHRA event. Yep. And you folks also sell equipment to track owners so they can do their own particular chores of maintenance, don't you?
Yeah, we sell everything that it takes to run a track. As the sprayers, the tractors, the rotators, flat drags, scrubbers, whatever you need for a racing surface or a drag strip, we have.
Well, that's amazing. And of course, like I mentioned earlier, track prep makes the difference these days. And, you know, as a drag racer myself for a long time, I can remember when track prep was kind of really didn't exist.
It was a make-it-yourself deal.
Yeah, the track was what it was. And I remember I used to run a 6-second funny bike back in the day. And even though I was in the Chicago area, we had no tracks in that immediate region that would hold it effectively enough for testing. You know, we had to go as far south as St. Louis just to get a decent bite with the machine. And but these days, it's a whole nother animal. And Total Venue Concepts has really just redefined the genre. Congratulations on everything you guys have achieved, and much future success to you.
Definitely. Like I say, it's just a work in progress. Kurt has took me under his wing 10 years ago and taught me everything I know.
And that's a lot.
And it's a lot. And so it's pretty easy to come in and the tracks that we go to, we know pretty well, so we know what they take to make them good. And like I say, this is the first deal with the Man Cup, and it's been successful so far, and we're enjoying it.
Excellent. And not to predicate the situation, but do you know, will you be at other Man Cup events this year?
I know South Georgia for sure, and I think there's one other one somewhere, maybe at Indy or something.
That would make perfect sense. And that's a big part of what we're doing this year. We're going to all the best venues in the nation. We are bringing our racers racetracks that are iconic, that stick, and that are very worthy of their travel. So just a quick look. Thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
Thank you, Total Venue Concepts, for giving us racetracks to die for.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
So check it out. We're going to review all of the top 3 champions and points leaders from 2025. And this is in no particular order, except for this is the same order it's in on the website. We'll talk a little bit about the website this weekend, too. But number 1 in Pro ET, once again, our good friend John Markham, who has been making a career of winning championships in Man Cup. John Markham led the points in 2025 with 302, and pretty far behind him, but in second place was Dwayne Schmidt Jr. with 216 points, and then Rashad Rowe brought up third place with 186 points. Pro Street, of course, was 1, and once again, Robert Bond Jr. took it on that ZX14 from the Bond family, 128 points. And Patrick Borg of Sweden was number 2 with 87 points. GT Tonglet brought up the number 3 position with 68 points. In the Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 class, always super exciting, we had a squeaker finish, a fight all the way to the end. Tyrone Lemons, of course, came out on top with 383 points, followed closely behind by Morris Ball, only 5 points behind. That one went down to the last round of competition, and he came in at 377 points. Number 3, our very own Deshaun Wheeler from Wheeler Machine. He was the 2024 champ, by the way, with 341 points. So real tight race in 460 in the points as it is on the racetrack. Moving on now into the WH Steel Buildings Real Street category, Bud Herod, 3-time champion, took it again. He's been a champion in 2023, 2024, and now 2025 with 157 points. George Cross, not far behind, just a couple rounds and change with 134 points. Ricky Gadsden, number 3 with 129 points. Moving on to Voodoo Street ET. CJ Mims takes it in another squeaker. Good old CJ, one of our young rising stars, got his first championship there, 338 points, and he had to fight this guy right here. Once again, John Markham with 328 points, who was the 2024 champ in Street ET. So what a battle. You know, it's the classic matchup of the new rising star and the cagey old veteran. And, boy, if you can get by John Markham, you got a lot going on. And not to be neglected, Javante Jones, number 3 with 168 points. Now, moving on into the Schwartz Law Group top gas finishes for 2025, Heather Baldy did it again. She was a champ in 2024 and a champ again in 2025. Of course, Heather Baldy now out there working with her new 460 combination. Definitely a major step up from the top gas configuration. And, boy, if we didn't see her set it in stone yesterday with a 460, I think it was with a 2 or a 3 in her first shot at qualifying this weekend in 460. So Heather Baldy keeping it happening. Right behind Heather Baldy, of course, was Scott DeLong with 397 points. Scott DeLong, of course, operates at ZX12 Syndicate along with Dwayne Schmidt Jr., and they are local racers. They race right here at Gainesville as well as at South Georgia Motorsports Park. I get to call them out there as well. Great racers, and really had a heck of a year last year. Coming up number 3 there in the Schwartz Law Group top gas category was Rashad Rowe. And let's see, he was also Pro ET number 3, of course, and he had 381 points at the end. In the Vance and Leathers Ultra Sportsman 950 class, Mantez Thompson Jr., he rides everything and anything, and he took it all the way to the number 1 points position. He was also 2023 champ and number 2 in 2024, so he's got a pretty heavy lock on this class. But once again, look at the point spread here. Right behind Mantez Thompson Jr., who had 426 points, was Spencer Johnson, another one of our young rising stars. Spencer only 8 points behind, with 12 points, 414 point total. And once again, John Markham, who was 2024's number 1, came in number 3 this time, 412. So you've got point spread there among the top three of 14 points total. One of the tightest races, if not the tightest, in our whole competition. Now we move on to advanced sleeve V-twin ET, and here's one I was also very proud of. Larry Berger got all the way to the #1 spot. Larry has been, I would give him my most improved award here in recent times. He has really found it with his V-Rod V-twin ET bike. He came in with 211 points and another amazing photo finish. Jimmy Smith right behind him, 3 points behind with 208 points. And another member of the Smith family, there's a lot of them out here racing today as well. Stacy Smith was #3 with 140 points. Of course, looking at the Super Comp, MTC Engineering Super Comp, John Markham took the plate there as well. Pro Open #1 points was once again Rob Giard, and in Pro Mod, Braden Davis took the championship. Now, of course, Braden and Rob and all of the previous Pro Open and Pro Mod folks are now in the Pro Comp category. We'll talk more about that this weekend as well. So, one more winner, and this, of course, was Mr. Brown in the Run What You Brung, our prototypical grudge class. Of course, we have more grudge classes running here now this year, and we'll talk about those this weekend too. That's, of course, our Extreme Street category. So there you go, the wrap-up of all the winners 1, 2, and 3 in 2025 Manufacturers Cup Drag Racing Series. It's brought to you by Fuel Tech, and Fuel Tech is everywhere.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
Wow, wow, wow. It's Saturday morning. It's Gainesville at the famous site of the Gator Nationals, and so much motorcycle drag racing history here at this track. As I've been talking about, it used to be one of my favorite destinations when I was a motorcycle drag racer full-time, and something I still may do again, but I'd just like you to have a look at all of these amazing motorcycles. This is what I like to call the calm before the storm, when everybody's lined up and waiting and ready to get that green light out on the track. But check it out, we've got everything and anything here. I love the chassis on this Suzuki over here. Look at that perimeter style drag bike chassis. So much innovation and just variation in these bikes. We've got Hayabusas, we've got ZX14s, we've got ZX12s. You know, obviously we're kind of dominated by Kawasaki's and Suzuki's, but, you know, ever since back in the day, that's been the go-to for drag bikes. You know, I've drag raced with a Honda, but that's a rarity. We don't see too many Hondas out here. We do see a number of course, the V-twin bikes out here, primarily Harley-Davidsons, but there's always some variations on that theme too. We see some Victories out here too, some Indians from time to time. But look at all this beauty. Look at all this gorgeous hardware. These are the warriors who will be taking aim at one another all weekend, right up until the very end when we crown the winners of our season opener here at the MTC Spring Nationals. And I'm going to bring you all the action all weekend long. We'll also be listening to the fine historic tones of our announcer, Jay Reagan. Also a longtime supporter of the sport in many ways like I've been. You know, he's been a racer, he's been a manufacturer, now he's continually involved with the racing organization part of the sport. So stay tuned, keep it locked in. We got way more to show you.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this. Huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
from time to time.
Sean Henson getting near the center line, having a lift. Pro Comp should be in lane 6. You're next up, Robinson Industries. Pro Comp, lane number 6. Pro Comp should be in lane 6. I need my 460 riders to lane number 5. 460 riders to lane number 5. I see defending national champion Rob Giard over there in lane 5. Pro Comp riders, we need you in lane number 5, please. 460 riders, lane number 5. All right, it appears we did have quite a few of the Robinson Industries Pro Comp bikes up here, but they were in the wrong lane. So, riders, please follow the lane instructions that you're given all weekend. It's the same lane for the whole weekend. Makes it a whole lot easier on the track staff, many of which that don't know one category from another. Lane assignments are published at tech, at registration, and they are the same lanes for the duration of the event. We've got defending national champion Rob Giard in the left lane. He has a 5-second run to his credit in the first round. fought the bike off the wall, stayed with it last night, did a good job of correcting. Braden Davis, he had trouble on that machine last night. Very rare for that to happen. It was unfortunate situation. Braden didn't make it to 60, and his dad broke before the 330. Very, very rare situation, but the Davis family's got both bikes repaired, both bikes ready to go. We'll see what we got. Rob Giard. Burns Lane. Braden Davis, third generation racer. All three generations here this weekend on site. Good to see John Davis, former funny bike rider. Walt Timblin, chassis builder to the stars, on hand. Terry and Angela Durance from Power Trainer here. So, got a lot of good folks coming out, helping things out. Oh, big burnout for Braden. Rob's got that tire hot and ready to go. He's got his dad lining him up. And his mom taking the video so they can, as always, you want to learn from each pass. Mom on the video, Dad's already got his helmet on because he's coming up. Granddad's pushing that bike up. Truly a family affair. Big turbo left side, nitrous bike right side. Braden Davis having to get out of it, getting over there on the right side of the lane, has to cut the gas, and he goes 476, 111. Rob Giarda, improvement, 486, 160. Good stout pass for Rob. He continues to improve on it. All right, we do have a machine on the racetrack. Unfortunate situation. But now we can see that the rider is off the machine, but the Gainesville Raceway staff is already on it. They've already got equipment heading that way. We'll have them extracted shortly. You get the safety of no cutouts in the wall, but this is the other side of that. You know, the cutouts are a long way down, but safety first always. We'll get that machine off of the racetrack, and next up, Terry Wynn, hardest working man in drag racing. He's already sitting on the starting line in the Strange lane, and Jeff House from Texas on the blue bike in the left lane. All right, we're moments away from going hot. And there's that noise. We are hot. Terry Wynn, Jeff House. Wynn letting that rear slick get one heck of a suntan. Have to call him the Suntan Superman Part 2 up in Jacksonville. This has got all the makings of a very close race right here. Both of these guys, a couple leaders in performance on the nitrous side of things. Oh, Jeff House, nice leave. Terry out of there. 417 for House and a 424 for Terry Wynn. Both good passes. Greg Rosenberg, your provisional #1 qualifier on the right side. Very powerful turbo machine. Travis Davis on his nitrous entry. Just watched his son have a very rare second, less than perfect pass. And I think Travis has had enough of that, Travis's bike, but look at Rosenberg go, 416, 165. Travis makes a nice A to B pass. They'll be able to work from that. But Craig Rosenberg, very strong, 416. I believe he's got a 412 under his belt. So Rosenberg solidifying that #1 spot with one more session to go behind this. All right, that is the end of Robinson Industries Pro Comp. We're going to be moving into Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 next.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Ah, look at this, huh?
.60 with a 4. Joe Cagnina out of South Florida, 460 with a 5. Jeff House on the small tire, 461.7. And Rashad Jones, 462.3. That makes up the top 5 after just one session. Matt Smith, Doghouse Racing, Adams Family Racing, left side out of Mississippi. The Wagner family coming over from St. Louis. They've been at it a long time. Heather grew up at the track just as Braden Davis did, and same thing, her skill set is strong. Wagner in, Smith in. Matt Smith, 466. Well, we got Mantez Thompson Jr. up in the left side. He picked up some big corporate backing from Murdoch Racing Enterprises down in Florida, along with Browns Ferry Mercantile and Lynn Layton Chevrolet. Mantez Jr. This is a new venture for him, moving up into the 460 land where his dad runs, and Captain John Krakalici, right side. Neither one of these riders had a particularly good run. They're looking to improve. Krakalici way clean. Same thing, good job for Mantez Thompson Jr. picking up in a big way, 474. And Krakalici does improve, but I'm sure that that is not where he wants to be just yet. Man. All right, we're going to move it back to action. And once again, Street ET Gamblers. Street ET Gamblers, random pair first round, lane 3. Street ET Gamblers, random pair, lane 3. You'll be up behind 460. Okay, and when we get those riders stacked up in lane 3, the boss man, Broderick Jackson, is going to slide through there, and he's going to take And there's going to be the bye run draw. It's going to be a chip pull, random pull. So get your tail up to the lane if you want to be part of that. Street ET Gamblers to lane 3, please. Shout out your current had a great run, 460 with a 4 last night. Currently sitting in the number 2 spot behind Baldy, who had to back off. So see how that goes. Smoking Joe Rodney right side. Joe went just a hair too quick. I'm sure he'll be making the adjustment to clean that up and get on the right side of the board here in the second round. And these guys are splitting hairs with, I need 100th here, a half 100th there. Chad Otts turns it red. Joe Rodney 001 to the green. 458 too quick for Otts, but there it is. That 463.4 does put Joe Rodney to the good, and it'll move him up the ladder for sure. Charlie Farrar with a 467 to his credit. Jeremy England right side. England was too quick. So same as previous pair, England will be looking to take a couple hundredths out of it and bring it back to the good side. Charlie, he's looking to better that 467. That's not where he wants to live. 455 too quick. 461, there you go, same deal. Good job for England to move that up there. Outstanding job for Jeremy. Getting the job done for Riggs. Left side out of North Carolina, and Deshaun Wheeler, your former national champion. Deshaun from Kentucky. Joe Cagnita coming up. He had an outstanding qualifying lap last night, and your champ had to get that corrected by Mr. Black Ops himself up there in Savannah. He had to set that straight for me. My apologies, Mr. Tyrone Lemons, your national champion this year in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Tyrone, the man of many hats. He'll ride a 460 bike. He'll ride a pro comp bike. Outstanding, versatile rider in his own right. Joe Cagnita back at it after a absence. Chassis builder from South Florida. Good looking pass right here. 458, too quick. 472 for Cagnita, a little bit off pace. But Tyrone staying on that number. Looks like Jim Burnier's supposed to be in the other lane, but is not. Josie Brooks. She's in the right lane. She's got a 465 to her credit. Sounds like it struck the tire. This will be no help at 473 for Josie. Oh, and we've got Big Rick Perry, the legend in stake, sponsored by the Monkey Bar. Rick Perry left side, a Kawasaki entry. Brian Smith right lane, another Kawasaki. This is Kawasaki on Kawasaki. Brian out of Lenox, Georgia. You want to talk about somebody that can sing the national anthem? Yes, sir. His dad, Connell Smith, out there. His mom. They're moving him in. Perry's in. Smith. Good looking pass for both riders. Look at that go. Nice job, Brian Smith. 460 with a 6. Good pass. That's outstanding. Brian will move up substantially, and that will definitely move up Perry quite a bit too. Outstanding pair of runs right there for those guys. Rashad Jones, 462 with a 3 last night. He is looking good. Courtney Wheeler, I think Courtney had a trouble pass last night, did. Bike's still not right with Courtney, but he brings it back to center. Good job of riding it, 461. Wow. Rashad Jones improves. Didn't have much to improve on, but he did anyway. Outstanding job. Jeff House next up in the left lane. All right, now we got the senior Thompson in the right lane and Jeff House left side. House just made a nice pass in Pro Com, looking to do the same in his 460 bike. Oh, look at that. Jeff House under by 2 thou, 459.8, 457.7. Outstanding drag race right there in qualifying. That one there was a doozy. That's going to be some tough competition when eliminations come around. Mike Lingo, who's got a 462.9 to his credit, he will appear to be the last runner in 460 here. Mike Lingo, 461. He also improves. Boy, these guys and gals are sharpening them knives for the fight tomorrow. All right. Broderick Jackson to the head of lane number 3 for the chip draw. Lane number 3 for your chip draw with Broderick Jackson. Random pairs, first round. Street ET Gamblers, lane 3.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Wow, look at this, huh?
So I'm here with the gal we call many things, all good things. The outlaw Josie Wales, the Polar Express. This is our Canadian commando, Josie Brooks. From what part of Canada is it again?
Ontario.
Ontario, Canada. And of course, she's out here this weekend with her 2 pretty significant bikes. And tell me, how many championships have you won on the bad motor scooter we see right here?
With Man Cup, I've won 3 championships.
3, outstanding. And are there others in other organizations?
Yep, we've won some at home as well.
All right. But, you know, one of the coolest bikes here this weekend, and we'll show this later, is Josie Brooks' 460 bike. And Josie has chosen a very different path to 460 horsepower. It's completely normally aspirated. There's no turbo. There's no nitrous. It's just using the good air that God gave us to make horsepower. And what was your motivation to try something that, well, unique and challenging in what is already a super challenging class?
Well, to be honest, it's that I am not a fan of nitrous. I've just seen too many bad things with nitrous, and it makes me nervous.
That's a very good reason. And I mean, and that's reasonable. We've all seen it. It's a great way to lose an entire bike if things go really sideways. And if not, just lose a lot of really expensive parts and have a real dent in your weekend. So have you guys made any progress with the 460 bike?
Our first pass yesterday since last September was 465, so I'm feeling pretty good about things.
Good place to start. And, you know, with a nitrous bike or a turbo bike, they'd be like, oh, man, 1/10? I can pick that up right here. Yeah. Normally aspirated, it ain't that easy. Yeah. They're going to have to work at it, so, and they will. So we'll show you Josie's normally aspirated 460 bike later this weekend. Right now, everybody's getting ready to race here, so I'm going to let you move on. And thanks for spending some time with us on Man Cup TV.
Thank you, Bill.
Just Sunday, let's get it on Saturday too. So this is a random pair package in the first round of eliminations. Winners will come back on a ladder based on winning reaction times. Green lights a pair. It's going to be a good drag race. Finish line will determine it. Chuck Woolham sending John Markham packing first round. That is a close drag race right there. Woolham 2 under, Markham 3 under. The Gamblers Race Street version is done for Markham in first round. That doesn't happen often. Woolham the victory. Clemens left side, Moats right side. I need the Pro ET version of the Gamblers Race. Pro ET Gamblers to lane number 4. Random pair, stack them up in there. Clemens 941 dial. He's going to watch Moats go with a 1090. And Moats, did he go? He may need a fresh pair after that one. Actually, Moats did red light, so it was over before it started, but a great job of Mr. Moats to keep that bike under control and save that from being the type of highlight reel that you don't want to ever be part of. Clemens moving on to round number 2. Joel Hickman getting the best of that pair there. Dwayne Schmidt taking the W there over Doug Kirkland. Fittipaldi Petrez in the right lane, taking the dub. Taylor Harper left side, off his dial markedly. Broderick Jackson checking with the tower. Broderick Jackson checking with the tower. Brett Bennett, left side. Jeremy Davis, right lane. Bennett dialed a 932. He's running 950s all day in Ultra Sportsman. Davis taking the win, 893 on an 884. Bennett, oh, look at that. Bennett was closer to a dial, but Jeremy Davis, 000 green. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That one stung. Street ET Gamblers race, round number 1 underway. Pro ET Gamblers, please bring them to lane number 4. Pro ET Gamblers to 4. Joaquin Ortiz, left side. Reggie Daniel, right lane. Double breakout, give it to Ortiz. Moving on. Gonzalez, left side, Charlie Brown. Downtown, Charlie Brown in the strange lane. Pablo taking the victory. Brown closer to the dial, coming in second. Mike Hansen, left side, and Joe Lidsey in the strange lane. Hansen with a really quick dial on. Woo. Win to Hansen. I do need bike number C232. Bike number C232 in Street ET. Need that bike to report back to the lanes for a rerun. I do need bike number C232 back to the lanes, please. Rider we're looking for, that's Chuck Woolham on his Yamaha. Chuck Woolham, we need you back to the lanes. There will be a rerun with Chuck Woolham, please. Chuck, we need you back to the lanes for a rerun. Moving through this ultra tough field of gangsters in the Street ET Gamblers race. You got Sean Tucker left side and Steve Usher. Usher family been racing a long time. Good launches by both riders. Both riders turn the light green. It's a finish line race, and it is. Oh, Usher is going to be unhappy. He broke out, and the win goes to Tucker. Usher had a marginal difference advantage on the tree. He sure did, but he didn't play the finish line right, and that is an important, hugely important part of bracket racing. Steve Usher's going to be not happy with himself on that because he did the job on the starting line. Just didn't take care of business on the finish line. So there it is. There's your E1 in the books.
One of our rising stars, and I love featuring the rising stars, of course, is Mantez Thompson Jr., our current Ultra Sportsman 950 champion. And, of course, you were number 2 in 2024 and a champion again in 2023, as I understand. So Mantez has really been kind of got a vice grip on this class. So tell us, what's your secret in the 950 class? What keeps you so hot on a class that's actually, in my opinion, kind of mild for what you're capable of doing?
Just stay consistent, you know what I'm saying? This is what keeps me going. You got a lot of great competitors in the class like John Markham, Spencer Johnson, Big Stan, to name a few. So those guys keep me going, especially Markham and Big Stan, because, you know, they're OGs. When I was running around here watching my dad race Pro Mine when I was in diapers, those guys were kicking butt. So to be able to race them is an honor. And they keep me up. They keep me on my toes. You know, the last event last year in Valdosta came down to the wire, and I was able to seal the deal. So I think that class it done got a lot more competitive since I won my first championship with it.
Absolutely.
So I just had to step my game up. You know, I had to get in the gym. You know, had to go test, and I did a lot of testing over the winter. So I think we'll be ready this year.
Well, Joe Clemming, loving the Florida sun nowadays. Damian High boosted power. Dialed 890. Clemmy 944. Green light's a pair. Oh, no, that's not a green light. Damian turned it red by just a hair. That is a pass to round 2 for Clemmy. 953 on a 944. He was a bit vulnerable. Gary Russell in the left lane. Spends half his year up in Vermont, the other half down here in Florida. RV repairman. Bob Burt, recently retired. Bobby Burt has joined the retired. Right lane out of Clearwater, Florida, 917. Dialing. $925 for Russell. Russell turns it pink, 007. That's his day is over. Bob Burt goes a 17 on a 17. 2 Clearwater U's. Markham left side. Oh, Markham turns it pink. His day's done. Cunningham was on the tree, 019. He's dialed 863, goes 862. Cunningham moving on to round 2. Spencer Johnson left side, Big Dave Young right lane. Green lights, this is the finish line. Spencer Johnson's already looking over. He'd have got thrown out for that back in 1988. Give it to Dave Young, 92 on an 86, moving on. Rashad Rowe, left side. Brandon Cunningham just watched his brother advance. Is it 2 for 2 in the Cunningham family? Brandon with an 816 dial. Rashad, 903 dial. Green light, green light. Rashad prevails, 3 over to dial. Cunningham breaking out by 2. Cunningham was behind on the light. Had to do what he had to do, but to no avail. Rashad Rowe moving on. Sam Parrish the finish line. Parrish, 891 with a 1 on an 891. Hag went 887 on his 888, breaking out. Hag had 100th on the tree. And the finish line was Parrish moving on. Mystery man in the left lane. Adams, 882 on an 873, taking the dub. Perkins goes red. Leachman advances automatically. He's got an 852 dial, and it's an 852. Oof. Can I get my V-Twin ET riders, please? V-Twin ET to lane number 5. That will be a time run for you guys. V-Twin ET to lane number 5. And any Pro ET and Street ET riders that did not participate in the Gamblers race. If you did not participate in the Gamblers race, bring it to lane number 3, and that will be a time run for you. V-Twin will be next up, and we'll follow it up with a cleanup for the non-participants in the Gamblers race. It is only open to non-participants in the Gamblers race. Marte taking the win, 859 on an 859. What do you got to do to win that? DeLong was 015 on the tree. He goes a 917 on a 916, and he come in a distant second. Marty 016, 859, 1 on an 859. That was a mean one, first round right there. We got Sammy Moschach Moore in the tower. Wonder how old Sammy Moschach, the Corvette Master, is doing. Oh my God. Dwayne Schmidt, 885 on an 885. Now that was Schmidt Jr. taking the win. Josie Brooks, man, another great drag race. Josie was 011 and she was second off the line. Schmidt 010, first off the line. Next pair up, Big Luke David from Bradenton, fan favorite. Braden Davis turns it pink. One thou of a second, Davis went red. 892 on an 893, and his day is over in the Gamblers race. Luke David was there to be taken in the first round, but that's why you race. You can talk about it all day long till you put it out on the racetrack. John Updegrove left side and Mike Hansen in the right lane. And prior to the V-Twin, And we're joined by former U.S. Nationals participant, the Duke, Mike Perry. Turns it red by 7th thou, giving England a free pass. England 805 dial goes 8019, 177 mile per hour. That thing was moving down track. And we know the Domers tuned in down at the Monkey Bar. Unfortunate loss for Mike Perry, part of the Perry Brothers Flying Circus. Ryland Rowe left side. Steve Breakstone for Braden, double red. John Markham dialed 877. Robert Powell dialed 950. Powell fell out of gear. It's not going to happen. Dennis Powell there in the right lane. Gonzalez left side, Shane Ear, right, Shane goes red. Race is over, Pablo dialed 853, goes 853. All right, I do need my V-Twin ET riders for a time run. V-Twin ET to lane number 5. V-Twin ET to lane number 5 for a time run. I do have a rerun in Street ET, 1 pair. And also any Street ET competitors or any Pro ET competitors that did not compete in the Gamblers race, lane 3 is open for a time run for you. But that is only if you did not compete.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net. From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
One of our rising stars, and I love featuring the rising stars, of course, is Mantez Thompson Jr., our current Ultra Sportsman 950 champion. And, of course, you were number 2 in 2024 and a champion again in 2023, as I understand. So Mantez has really been kind of got a vice grip on this class. So tell us, what's your secret in the 950 class? What keeps you so hot on a class that's actually, in my opinion, kind of mild for what you're capable of doing?
Just stay consistent, you know what I'm saying? This is what keeps me going. You got a lot of great competitors in the class like John Markham, Spencer Johnson, Big Stan, to name a few. So those guys keep me going, especially Markham and Big Stan, because, you know, they're OGs. When I was running around here watching my dad race Pro Mine when I was in diapers, those guys were kicking butt. So to be able to race them is an honor. And they keep me up. They keep me on my toes. You know, the last event last year in Valdosta came down to the wire, and I was able to seal the deal. So I think that class it done got a lot more competitive since I won my first championship with it.
Absolutely.
So I had to step my game up. You know, I had to get in the gym. You know, had to go test, and I did a lot of testing over the winter. So I think we'll be ready this year.
Well, I've been watching on the socials, and, you're out there, you're getting lots of rides, you're getting lots of seat time. Tell us a little bit about the 460 bike over here. And, of course, this is unique because a 460 bike like this is not what we usually see in 460, is it?
Yeah, so, you know, the Chucky machine, it's a no-wheeler bar grudge bike. You know, it goes way faster than what it's capable of doing. You know, I've actually taken this bike to Texas at Kings of Grudge last year. And,
so it's Chucky right here is the 460 bike, and is that your Ultra Sportsman bike?
Yes, sir. Well, that's Ultra Sportsman type gas, 560.
Whatever it takes.
First race of the season I went to, I ended up winning it on the Ultra Sportsman champion bike, and that was a 560 class. So I call it the melting pot bike. So because it do whatever I wanted to do. If I've been thinking about I might sit this one out in the winter series this upcoming year and run that one in 460 just to give everybody a kick.
Oh, man. And, you know, it's so cool seeing these unique combinations in classes like 460. You know, we generally associate 460 as a, wheelie bar, nitrous, big slick kind of class. But we have some people that just got to do it different. And thank God for them. So, Montez, are you looking forward to a nice full season this year? And, by the way, congratulations on your new sponsors. Let's give them a hit.
Yeah, so, Lynn Layton Chevrolet came on board with me this year, and those guys have been great. I came to them, I said I wanted to do 460 this year, but I needed a little help, and those guys, they didn't hesitate,
Stepped right up.
Stepped right up. I got a phone call the other day that they said they wanted to sponsor me even more, so that's good news. So I got to go out here and make these guys look good. We struggled yesterday, but we know why. We had a bad O2 sensor, so now we got it fixed. So now we should be ready to go today, hopefully about a 465, and we'll build off from that.
There you go.
Also, Browns Ferry Mercantile. Browns Ferry has been with me since day one, so can't never forget about those guys.
And I've seen their livery on someone else's bike here too this weekend. It's a red bike. Do you recall who that is?
That's my dad.
Well, that would be Montez Johnson Sr., where this all started. And like me, this is a second-generation racer. And it's amazing how we catch that disease from our fathers. But when you're brought up around it and it looks like fun, why not? So congratulations on everything you've been doing. We're so proud of you. Thanks for being out here again this year. Montez Thompson Jr. going to keep kicking you-know-what and taking lots of names.
Yes, sir. Try to repeat this year.
If anybody can do it, it's Montez.
Yes, sir.
both riders moving on in. Red light start for Woolham. Green light start for Markham. Howdy, Shell the Slayer, left lane. Ultra Sportsman lane 4, please. Ultra Sportsman lane 4. And I can get my Super Compers up to lane 5. MTC Engineering Super Comp lane 5, please. Ultra Sportsman to 4, please. I need Super Comp to lane 5.
So, we've got so many historic people in this racing organization of ours, and we've got some unsung heroes as well. And I'm here right now with Jack Reagan, who is, of course, our tech director. And Jack is the guy who makes sure your bike is safe and appropriate for your particular class. And like myself, Jack brings a lifetime of experience to what he's doing. And Jack, you know, I've been researching you a little bit. Well, you know, with social media, stuff pops up here and there. But I've come to learn that you were actually a racer back in the day with a funny bike back when I was racing, right?
I was actually in, I ran AA Altered back in 1980, and I set the record up at Atco at a 908, and also did the 8th mile record, and been racing on and off ever since. So.
That's cool. And of course, AA Altered is one of those, I guess we would call it legacy classes. I ran...
right, we're going to be rolling our Ultra Sportsman. This is qualifying round number 3. Q3 for Ultra Sportsman on deck, and they're moving to the puddle. So if you haven't been making those calls up here for Q3, you're missing the boat. MTC Engineering Super Comp into your lane, lane 5, and lane 6 is now open for Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. Schwartz Law Group Top Gas, lane 6 is now open for you. wrap on Ultra Sportsman for Q3. We're going to move into MTC Engineering Super Comp. John Up the Grove, left side. Dalton Markham, right side. Markham without a previous qualifier to his credit. Up the Grove currently 15. .887 breakout, 878 breakout, double breakout right there. Holder and Taylor Harper. Harper's 882 too quick. Holder 885 too quick. Next up, we got Damian Solis, left side, and former national champion Santi Rodriguez in the right lane. Rodriguez, Solis. Double breakouts in pair. This has been breakout city this round. Scotty DeLong, left side. Hunter Bibb was scheduled to be the right lane competitor. DeLong away. .883, the breakout continues. In competition eliminator, apologies. We ran right over you without running you. So I'd like to have competition eliminator. Competition eliminator can bring their bikes to their lane, which is lane number 6. And we'll run you right behind the top gas grouping. Competition eliminator, I guess for right now, just set them in lane 7. Lane 6 will be full of top gas at the moment. but we're going to run you right behind top gas. Angel Lopez left side, Kevin Peterson right. Peterson without a previous qualifier. Let's see what he's got. Huffing a little bit of smoke rolling down through there. Lopez clean into the finish line, 885, too quick. Peterson making a legal run right there. Lindbergh Simmons and Samuel Parrish, next pair up. Too quick, but Lindbergh laying down an 891.4. Outstanding pass for Lindbergh Simmons. Slight improvement on his previous best 891.8. So he does actually improve. Good job by Lindbergh Simmons. Jeremy Davis right lane and Rodney Gant in the left lane. Rodney, always a threat to take the pole. That Kawasaki has got an uncanny knack of going dead on the dial here in MTC Engineering Supercomp. Won't be this time. He got a little bit out of the groove. Straightened her up. He's going to rumble down through there. Davis in the other lane, 893. That is an improvement for him. Continuing to move up from the 16 spot. Rodney Gant, 943, is no improvement for him. Your provisional pole sitter from day one, Braden Davis, right side. Braden nailed an 8.900 off the trailer last night. Michael T. Smith. Smith strikes a tire, has to get after it, and that's not going to get it done this round. Davis, 889 with a 6. Incredible consistency. I don't think all three of the runs yet tally up to being more than a full 100th in total off of the index. Ryland Rowe in the left lane and Randy Smith, Michael's dad, in the right lane. For Ryland, but that doesn't even improve. He's got an 890 with a 6 under his belt. He stays all over the number. Randy Smith, 962 off pace. Not what he was looking for there. Senior left side trying his hand at it. Bernard Gilbert right lane. Gilbert's a breakout. He breaks out again. Mantez, no help. Markham right side. Joe Clemmy left. Clem turns it red by a chunk. .881 breaking out. Clem off pace 960. Adams too quick by a chunk, and Dave Young too quick as well. No improvement there for those riders. We are going to move into Schwartz Law Group Top Gas in just a few moments. Just a few moments before we kick off into that. And then behind them will be the competition eliminator runners. So competition eliminator, you will fill in behind Top Gas. Wayne Leachman continues his troubles on the top gas entry, and Jerry Hurley just missing the number again. Hurley 819 with a 7. He is as close as you can get nonstop, man. Crazy. He's all over that number. Juan Cintron next up in the right lane, and that's going to be Rashad Rowe, left side. That is an improvement. 8:58 for Rashad Rowe. Hansen left side. Brian Miner right side. Hansen with trouble. Calls it a day. 8:27 for Miner. Strolling on the big end. Jerome Gordon, trucking magnet out of Northern Ohio, down here on all the back of all the hard work by Big Mike Thompson there. You think Jerome would have helped him out a little bit. Big Mike gets no help. Chick Jones in the right lane, long time runner. George Jones out of the Augusta area. Good looking passes for both riders. And Jerome, the better of the two, 8:28. George, pace falling off a little bit up top. He's going to have to pick it up for eliminations. It's definitely not where he wanted to be. And we got Heather Wagner, Heather Baldy next up. She at one point held the pole. And has been relegated to the 5th spot at this point, but there is a little bit of room still there to grab that pole. It's available. Michael Smith coming back at it. He's off the gas, troubled pass. Oh, 4th out, too quick. Heather Baldy, 4th out, too quick. M's too quick. 8:15's got DeLong. 8:23 is an improvement. Starting DeLong moving up. Eddie Albert from Green Acres in the left lane. Kevin Adams right lane. Eddie's got the brain trust of Tez and Tez out there helping him out. All right. Once again, had to wait on a rider to clear the top end. So I think it's cool for just a slow Sunday drive on the top end. You're only hurting your fellow competitors behind you waiting to make their next runs. So the riders are moving in. Both riders away clean. Good job, 8:38 right lane, 8:50 in the left lane. Neither one of them particularly close to the index, but they'll take it. Rich Holder on a new machine left side, and Dwayne Schmidt in the right lane. Holder fighting it a little bit, but he's got it right back in the middle of the lane and moving. Outstanding run for Dwayne Schmidt, 8:21 to improve. Rich Holder improves markedly, 8:27, booming 164-mile-an-hour top-end charge. Mark Chaffee right side, MJ Shirley in the left lane. Shirley, you jest. Chaffee with trouble right off the gate, and Shirley leaves him standing there. 8:37 for Shirley, picking up 2/10. Good job. 8:82 Mark Chaffee, no improvement. Still have Mike Hansen sitting at the top of the heap as 8:20 with a 7, getting the job done. son here. What a drag race. 8:22.7. Dalton turning on the win light with a 005 light. Dad goes a little quicker, 8:22 flat with an 03 light. Was a very good drag race right there. And Braden Davis been all over this index. .818, too quick, 163. But he's got an 8:22 to his credit, so he's solidly, very solidly in the field. And that is it for round 3 of Schwartz Law Group Top Gas action. And there went competition eliminator. Santi Rodriguez at the top of that heap, 884. Larry Berger, 1053. And Roy Johnson, 1107. We are going to do some track preparation and maintenance on the Gainesville Raceway surface. Ralph from TVC out there keeping the racing surface in tip-top shape, along with the staff here at Gainesville Raceway. Next up will be our pro categories. So our 2 no-time super heavyweights can go to lane 7. Our real street bikes can go to lane 4. And our pro comp bikes to lane number 6. Those will be first on the racetrack in that order. Super heavyweights, real street, and pro comp after the track prep is done.
So, we've got so many historic people in this racing organization of ours, and we've got some unsung heroes as well. And I'm here right now with Jack Reagan, who is, of course, our tech director. And Jack is the guy who makes sure your bike is safe and appropriate for your particular class. And like myself, Jack brings a lifetime of experience to what he's doing. And Jack, you know, I've been researching you a little bit. Well, you know, with social media, stuff pops up here and there. but I've come to learn that you were actually a racer back in the day with the funny bike back when I was racing, right?
I was actually I ran AA Altered back in 1980, and I set the record up at Atco at a 908, and also did the 8th mile record, and been racing on and off ever since. So.
That's cool. And of course, AA Altered is one of those, I guess we would call it legacy classes. I ran AA Modified Turbo because, of course, for all of the altered classes or all the modified classes, there were normally aspirated and turbo combinations available. And so the altereds were the longer wheelbase, car tire type stuff. Modifieds were the shorter wheelbase, 18-inch slick. So when did you first turn a tire on a drag strip? What year was that?
It was 1977 or 78 at Dragway 42 in West Salem, Ohio, and raced there for years and years. But then I don't know if it was my first win, but my first race at Norwalk Raceway Park, I won that race, and it was so great. Norwalk was a really small track back then. And
hard to imagine Norwalk as a small track.
Our pits were gravel, so that's how small it was. But it's like one of the premier tracks in the country now.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The Bader family's done so much there.
Yes.
So now, are you racing currently, or do you plan to again?
No, I'm just focusing on helping Manufacturer Cup out with the tech department, and that's about it. And who knows, in the future we might sneak something in here. So.
Well, yeah, never rule it out. As we've seen, I don't want to say you're never too old, but there's a lot of guys out here who are still racing well into their 60s and in their 70s. Of course, we got Paul Gast, one of the quickest people ever in Pro Mod, still going strong, and he's pushing 80 years old. He's like the John Force of drag racing. But I just wanted to take a moment to talk with Jack and, like I say, the unsung heroes behind the scenes who do a lot of work and a lot of effort to keep Manufacturers Cup going. And how long you been with Man Cup now?
Jay called me when he was up at 42 and needed a tech guy back in 18 or 19, I believe. So.
Outstanding. That was about the time I stopped announcing for Man Cup, so I don't think our paths directly intersected there back then. So once again, the people who turn the screws behind the scenes, this is what it takes to keep a racing organization flying. Thank you, Jack. I really appreciate you being out here, and it's a pleasure learning more about what brought you into this amazing sport we call motorcycle drag racing.
drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Ah, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
So we are looking at our champions this weekend, and this man right here, champion in 460, none other than Tyrone Lemons. Tyron, what is your secret to your success in the 2025 season that took you to the #1 plate?
Consistency.
Ah, that'll work.
That's all I can say, consistency. And a lot of help from the family and friends. That got me to the point where I'm at right now, yeah.
Well, that's really what it takes, and I mean, nobody can say it better than that. Family, friends, without the support, we'd have dreams, but no reality, right?
Most definitely, most definitely.
So did you know, or did you have a strong feeling about midway through the season that you might have a shot at the plate, or did that kind of come around as a bit of a surprise to you?
I would say it's more of a surprise because we were working with two different bikes, and we was like trying to get both of them dialed in, and we just stuck with one, and it worked. It lasted the whole season. So we started off with one and ended up with another one, and it was more consistent than the other bike was. So we got one bike consistent, and that's what got us where we're at right now.
Yeah, it's easy to get spread too thin, ain't it?
There you go. Yes.
Well, you know, we're going to take a look at all of our champions here, of course, throughout the course of the weekend. But this guy right here, I was so proud of you when you made it to that '1 last year. And I mean, and it wasn't clear who was going to be the winner until that last race, was it?
No, it definitely wasn't, because competition was so fierce. It's like it was ups and downs all the time. So the competition really is there in 460.
Well, and, you know, Tyrone's absolutely correct. I mean, it's not my place to say, but I'll say it. I think 460 is the most competitive class out here. It certainly has the most attention from all the top players. So I'll tell you what, you got a lot to be proud of, my man.
Hey, I sure appreciate it. And appreciate the Man Cup and y'all help. And hope I can do it again this year.
Well, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't count them out. Tyrone Lemons, your 2025 Man Cup Pro 460 champion. Congratulations again, brother. Thank you. So I got somebody I'd like you to meet. Of course, a lot of you folks already know him, and this is none other than Jack Corpella. Jack Corpella here at Gainesville.
Good to see you.
What's
man.
going on, man?
Man, I'm so happy to be here. There's a motorcycle drag race at Gainesville Raceway. Doesn't this bring back memories?
Wow, and he is so right, man. Those were the days. I couldn't wait every winter to break free of the icy madness of the Chicago area. You know, we'd load the trailer up in the snow and then open it up to palm trees and beautiful weather. And, you know, you basically got your start down in this part of the world, didn't you?
For sure. It's always special to me. I was the kid that was freezing up in Pittsburgh, decided to come to the University of Florida, loved it, and yeah, they had a pretty big race down here with the AMA Pro Star opener and finals, so got to come out here and announce for a little bit way back in 2001.
2001. Yeah, well, I don't know about that. How old could you be? But yeah, it's been interesting watching your career continue to blossom. And of course, you're having a ball with Cycle Drag these days. How many followers do you have on Facebook now?
Man, I'm blessed. Facebook's about to hit 2.2 million. We might
2.2 million. You just crossed the 2 million mark, what, like late last year?
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a boom with the new AI that Facebook's rolling out. It's funny. I mean, this stuff changes so often. I've had down times, I've had boom times, but right now, whatever Facebook's doing with the AI seems to really be getting to the motorcycle fans. And I know there's a lot of people really interested in what's going on here this weekend. So.
Outstanding. And of course, you know, Jack runs the Cycle Drag website and Facebook page. And man, I have seen you like everywhere lately. You know, what's your travel schedule like? You are just, you know, you're in California. You're at all these other events. How many events a year are you doing right now?
I lost count. The philosophy that I have right now is try to say no to nothing. And Kent Stotts actually gave me great advice when I was in Chicago a few years ago. He said, get all your hustle out before like 46, 47. He said, after that you can maintain, but get all your hustle out. And that really struck a chord with me. So I'm trying to work as hard as I can the next few years because, like I said, I'm not getting any younger, and I'll do.
Boy, I know how that feels. Yeah, well, you know, and I'm having a ball doing what I'm doing. Of course, I raced most of my life, built a lot of parts. Now I'm in my pre-semi-retirement project here, doing coverage for Man Cup. But, you know, I always keep an eye on you. You're always entertaining, always controversial. But but I mean in a good way. That feeds the views. It feeds the clicks, you know. It's all about content. And, yeah, keep doing what you're doing. I think you're great for the sport, and I think it's great for your cycle drag venture as well.
You too. I love keeping up with you. You're a great historian of the sport, and yes, I do try to like to keep people talking. We never want to anger people. Sometimes that's an unfortunate byproduct, as we know. Online's not always rainbow and sunshine. There's a lot of negativity on there, but compelling conversations that get people talking. And you've had some great takes with all your experience. I love reading your comments because you have a great perspective.
Yeah, I do love to get involved. You know, I used to get involved a lot more, but anymore I'm just trying to, you know, meet it out where it makes sense, you know, rather than just being the social justice warrior I used to be, you know. But, you know, but social media has definitely revolutionized human interaction. You know, it's my opinion that the internet is still in its basic infancy, at least as far as the interface of people with it. I think we're still figuring it out. I think we're still learning. I think we're going through the rough time. I think right now the internet is in the terrible twos. It's a little brat right now, but there's a lot of contact and content to be made. And for people that are working it hard, you know, continued good luck to you. And I know you'll continue to thrive.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Just a quick story for you that you'll appreciate, because I was just having this conversation with Alan Reinhart. It's so amazing what we can do with the phone, and it's so amazing what you guys are doing. I'm talking, early 90s, mid 90s. My dad used to go bracket race at Keystone Raceway and would stop at a corner store, and I would run to the magazine rack to see if Motorcycle Performance was out yet. And that
outstanding.
Was the first chance I would get to see any coverage from a race 3 months ago. And look at how this has changed. I mean, now we're doing live coverage. Used to be a couple photos and some results from 3 months ago. Were great.
Yeah, it has changed so much, and it's bizarre, you know. And of course, it's the old saying. It's a little corny and a cliche right now, but print is dead. But it's not so much that it's dead; it has morphed. It has changed. You know, print. You know, going back to the Gutenberg Bible, that's how we did it for hundreds of years, and now we're in the breakthrough of a dawn of a whole new era. So again, congratulations. keep doing what you're doing. We like seeing you out here, and thank you for coming out to the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. We're glad to be back at Gainesville. So much drag bike history here, and I'll keep everybody posted on what we're going to do here this weekend, and we're going to keep doing some of that nostalgic history. The Suncoast guys are here with their old school KZ bikes, and we're going to take a talk with Todd Moore and all those folks later, because you know we like to give a good mix of the old and the new, because it all works, it all plays. And keep in tune with us this weekend. We're going to bring you all kinds of famous people like Jack Corpella.
Thanks so much for having me, man. I'm so excited to be here. Man, come. If you guys are watching this and you're anywhere within striking distance, we want you to watch the stream, but get in the car, get on the bike, and come on down.
Come on down. Yeah, live feed is great, but if it encourages you, if it inspires you to come here and see it in person, then we're really doing our job. Thanks, Jack.
Thanks so much, man. Good to see you.
Great job. Thank you.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
So we just saw an interesting round, an interesting pairing that really didn't turn out the way we would have liked it to. And of course, that was with the Davis family here. We've got, of course, Travis and Braden. Braden, by the way, congratulations on that #1 in Super Cup. Braden just won an 890 with a 0. First lap off the trailer, locked up the #1 qualifying position. Kind of anticlimactic for the rest of the class because even if somebody else goes 890 with a 0, they can't knock him out. He's still #1. But what we're here to talk about was that Pro Comp Pass. We'll talk more about Pro Comp and what that all means now. But, of course, Pro Comp has basically replaced what we used to call Pro Mod and Pro Open. So what exactly happened? It seems like parts flew out of it. You almost locked up the rear wheel. What happened to the old Turbo Funny Bike?
Well, what we done is, we broke the motor in it last year, so I just got it all back together, and we've come race this race with it. And I got a brand new chain sitting over there in the box, and I elected not to put it on because they stretch bad, So broke the chain, hit the back of the cases, and didn't break nothing that we can see. So we should be good to go tomorrow again, and put a new chain on it, and maybe it'll go down the track this time.
Wow, really amazing that you avoided a lot of damage, because as your dad John was saying, it wadded up around the rear wheel while you were slowing to a stop, and could have been a lot more damaging, huh?
Yeah, it could have, and I didn't even really know that. I thought the chain may have broke, and I looked back and I didn't see it dragging. I didn't hear anything, and about the time I got stopped is whenever it got hung up back there, and luckily I was almost stopped when it done it. So. It could have been pretty bad.
Yeah, that could have been a lot uglier. So, yes. But Braden, what happened on your side of the track? Because, obviously he had problems. You didn't particularly go either. What happened?
We just kind of been studying over some data over the winter, and just kind of noticed, we didn't think we were getting as much nitrous as we thought we should be. So we went in there, kind of found a problem, and we wanted to try a bigger nitrous fitting, and we turned it down to where we thought would be reasonable, and as soon as I let the button go, it annihilated the tire. So we're going back to what we know tomorrow.
Understandable. So you were looking for reasonable and you got unreasonable.
Very much so, yes.
So was it just too much power, or do you think the track wasn't there, or just too far out of your tune-up at that point?
Really underestimated what that line was going to do, that fitting, I should say. We thought, like I said, we turned it down, enough, and there was, if you look at the graph, there's a big difference at the nitrous pressures between the two fittings. So we underestimated it, but that's okay. We think everything's fine. We'll get it fixed up tonight and send her down through there tomorrow.
Outstanding. And of course, what we're seeing here with this amazing father-son matchup is what we would like to see Pro Comp continue to be in the future, which is the matchup of turbo versus nitrous versus pretty much whatever people want to bring. Pro Comp really harkens back to the old days, and like I said, we'll talk more about what all that means, where we ran all these disparate combinations together in the same class and achieved some really amazing racing, even in light of the fact that there were all these different combos in there. So Pro Comp is back, and we will get to see you two make another pass against each other, I hope, this weekend.
We should be able to.
Hopefully so.
We hope so. So, classic father-son matchup, and much left to say here this weekend.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Ah, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
All right, we've got real street action here. Real street qualifying action, which means Robinson Industries Pro Comp is on deck. And we'll follow that up with Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. So, at this time, Street ET Gamblers, elimination round number 2. Lane 3. You will be paired by the ladder. Street ET Gamblers, elimination round number 2. Lane number 3. 460, lane number 5. Okay, the ladders for elimination round number 2, Gamblers Race. Street ET and Pro ET are hanging on the fence line clipboard. They are for viewing only. Do not remove them under any circumstances. Viewing only. Find your dancing partner, and it's going to be a race. See who 2 go down, 1 comes back. Simple as that. But in the meantime, Craig Rosenberg, your pole sitter, currently 412. Jeff House behind him. Win. Rob Giard, defending national champion, right lane. That's a good pass left side. 412.7 for Braden Davis. Rosenberg 412.3. So Davis slotting into the number 2 spot. Got rid of his what's ailed his machine. And he's moving on up, moving on in. Next pair up, Travis Davis. He's in the strange lane. Things have not gone the way they'd like to on that bike, and I'm sure they just saw Braden go down the racetrack. Looking to have the confidence to do the same. Pole sitter, Craig Rosenberg, left side in the Burns lane. Turbo methanol machine. Rosenberg does keep it in the lane. 417 for Davis to move up to the 3 spot. .417, 174 for Travis Davis. A good clean pass, just like his son made. And they'll be battling it out there. Terry Wynn next up, and Jeff House. Pair of nitrous bikes again. Very close competition. Craig Rosenberg got that bike up on the center line, but Daffley kept it in his lane by just enough. And managed to not take out any of the timing equipment, which is paramount. You know, you're that close, just shut it off. Terry Wynn left side, Jeff House right side. Wynn, House. Jeff House, 414, straight down the pike. He moves up a bunch. Terry Wynn does not improve with that 433. Should be 433 or 435 there. But all in all, a great session for Robinson Industries Pro Comp. Getting it done. Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460, you'll be next up out of lane number 5. And then we're going to go into elimination round number 2 of Street ET Gamblers Race. That ladder is on the clipboard. The ladder is on the clipboard. It is for viewing only, not to be removed. Once Street ET is done, we'll move into Pro ET as well. Behind it. Lemons right side, Charlie Farrar left side, 460 Index Racing. They're away and gone. 460 with a 6 for Charlie. Outstanding pass. Charlie Farrar moving up. Tyrone Lemons, 463. He improves as well. Next pair going to be Josie Brooks left side. And you've got Curtis Griggs in the right lane. Curtis is in with a 485, looking to improve. Josie's got a 465 to her credit. Give that one to Curtis Griggs, 459.9. He's 1 thou under the index, so it does not help. 1 thou, 459 with a 9. Josie, no improvement, 476 at 147. Courtney Wheeler left side, Jeff Jones right lane. Her clean runs. 460 with an 8, Jeff Jones all over the number. 470 with a 2 for Courtney Wheeler. That's a improvement, moving in the right direction there. Deshaun Wheeler, former champ left side. Mantez Thompson Jr., right lane. 472 for Junior. Slight improvement. 465 for Deshaun, also a slight improvement. John Krakalici, right lane. Joe Cagnina in the left. Away clean. Krakalici struggling with it, but he pulls out his best pass of the event. 466, 145, getting over on the right side of the lane. Joe Cagnina, 473, 145. No help for Joe. He's got a solid pass to his credit. And that rider stuck on the track has come at a very opportune time for Chad Otts. I don't think Chad would have been able to make the pass had he had to stage it off of that. Smoking Joe waiting very patiently. Get the machine cleared. Throttle's hanging up again. May still not make the pass. Track is clear. Chad's got the eyes of the big boss man out there on him. Ryder gives him the hard word. Back it off. Back off. Smoking Joe gonna get a hit by himself in the Burns lane. Joe's in with a 460 with a 5. Not the pass he's looking for. He'll just cut it early and sit on what he's got. And yet to come up in Hollywood Drag Racing 460 action, but we will have Big Rick Perry back up on the Kawasaki out of Clearwater, Florida. He's got the entire monkey bar tuned in. The Domer has connected Spectrum to the network. Retired or not, the Domer still in control. Mike Wagner, left side, Matt Smith. Matt just watching his teammate back it off. Matt Smith, 461.5. Great pass for him. Wagner again, there's your second 459 with a 9 of this session. 2 riders, 2/1000ths away from being perfect total. Rashad Jones right side and Mantez Thompson Sr. left lane. Senior away. Senior was 0-11 and he was late, but Senior lays down a 60 with a 5. Standing pass for Mantez Sr. 463 for Rashad, staying all over the index. Left side, Mike Lingo. Both these riders have been on the money, and they still are. Good job for both riders right there. Oh, here we go. Big Rick Perry, right lane. He's got a Baber motor. Jeff House in a small tire that can. Right lane. Big Rick will do a crowd-pleasing burnout. Just like in drag. Jeff House. Jeff has really been on a rope here of late, winning the Fuel Tech World Finals to close out last year, and every pass so far, he's been on the money. Perry made his best pass last round. Let's see if he can improve on it. He called back home and got Chrome to put the settings in it. The Domer sorely missed up here. 470, 459 flat for House. Too quick. Terry, not an improvement over his previous 66. And it looks like that's going to be it for 460 action. So next on racetrack is going to be the Street ET Gamblers race. Ladders are posted on the fence line over there on the Gainesville Raceway clipboard. Find your partner and let's get dancing. Two are going down, one coming back, 462.5 in that right lane. And that is 60.
I have a couple of old-time racers here to introduce you to, and I'm going to just sneak up on them. Here we are with Eddie Doherty. What's going on,
Good to
buddy?
see you, man.
And Rick Steinert, who we're going to spend some time with talking about the new competition eliminator category here at the Man Cup. So, Eddie, it's good to see you.
Good to see you. I mean, I like being around my friends and racing, and especially Bill Hahn.
Well, gosh, I'm blushing. I probably really am. I do blush a bit. But so, are you going to be racing anymore? I see you liquidated some of your stuff.
I liquidated, but I'm still involved. I'm helping Gary Russell with his new bike, and I'm also doing machining projects. So I talked to Rick, so I teach machining. So I like to make machining products for racing industry also. So.
Staying involved.
Yes.
One way or another. So it's great to see you. Continued good luck with everything.
Thanks.
And Rick, we're going to spend a little time with you next. Are you ready?
I'm ready anytime.
All right, outstanding. See you, Eddie. So, Rick, we're going to spend a little time talking about Competition Eliminator.
Okay.
And, of course, this is an exciting new category. It's a bit of a throwback back to the old days.
Yep.
And we're going to have more than a little time to talk about it. But right now, just give us a quick overview of the class.
Mike Hansen taking the dub. We're in round 2 of Street ET Gamblers. Sean Tucker on the short end of that one. Great drag race, both riders with really good reaction times. One's got to win, one's got to lose. It's that easy. Javante Jones, left side. Jeremy England, right side. that one to Javante Jones, 95 on an 89. With the better reaction time, Jeremy England's day is over in round 2, Street ET Gamblers race. Pro ET Gamblers, you should be in your lane, which is lane 4. Pro ET Gamblers getting paired up. Pro ET Gamblers get them paired up in lane number 4 for your second round eliminations. V-Twin ET, V-Twin ET, lane number 5. John Markham back around. Right lane, he's up against Pablo Gonzalez, left lane. This is a heavy hitters round right here. And it is Gonzalez. 896 on the 893. Markham was 013 and he was laid off the line. I told you, it was heavy hitter central right there. Gonzalez was 007, Markham 013. That right there was a drag race, and give it to Pablo. Clemens left side, Hickman right side. Red light start for the right lane. Schmidt Jr. left side and Joaquin Ortiz in the right lane. Ortiz advancing, 943 on a 939. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. slight reaction time advantage, but couldn't hold it. Big Stanley Russell right lane and Tate Horta. Tate's in the right side. Stanley burning it up in the Burns lane. Tate 938 on a 928. Stan 969 on a 962. Tate decided reaction time advantage, moving on to the next round. Pro ET riders should be lane 4. Pairing up for your second round action. I need V-Twin riders. V-Twin riders to lane number 3, please. Duffy Freeman left side, Fittipaldi Petrez in the right lane. Wynn left side. Breaking out, Fittipaldi. Reaction time disadvantage, had to do something. Duffy Freeman moving on to the next round. Jeremy Davis, left side, automatic win right here. Moving on, 876 on his 888. See if he makes an adjustment prior to the next round. V-twin time run, lane number 3, please. V-twin time run. Excuse me, V-twin is lane number 5. My apologies, V-twin lane 5 for your time run after Pro ET.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Wow, look at this.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
And we move into Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET Gambler race. Something didn't shift down there. Let's see what it was. Marte 855 on an 858. This is a double breakout. Oh my God. Ricardo Marte was 001 and he was late. Joe Clemmy was triple O, but Clemmy went 12 under at 9:35. Marte 3 under, taking the win. 001 in your late. That's how tough it is here at the Man Cup in Hard Times Parts and Service. Pro ET Gamblers Race. Dwayne Leachman left side. Big Dave Young rumbling, bumbling. And Leachman for the win. 48 on a 52, another double breakout. Dave Young went red actually, 003 to the red. And he was 5 under. Dwayne Leachman moving on. Left side, Bobby Burt, right lane. Burt, red. England, green. England advancing, he's dialed 802, he goes. 8 flat with a 174. That's tough to pick up and judge down there at the finish line. Woo. Jeremy England moving on to round number 3. Bobby Burt turned it red. Braden, Florida, left side. Shane Cunningham, right lane. These guys have squared off countless times in Braden Motorsports Park. And it is Cunningham for the win. Luke David markedly off the dial-in. That is uncharacteristic. Shane Cunningham moving on. Kevin Adams for the win, 867 on an 869. Mike Thompson, pair of Ohio runners right there. Thompson going red. Pablo Gonzalez left side. He just won in Street ET, but he turns it red by 4th thou. Samuel Parrish rolling on that ZX14. Parrish 893 on the 889 for the dub. All right, we're working our way through Pro ET. And we're on the bye right now, so V-Twin, you guys will load up for a time run. And at this point, any non-participants in the Gamblers race, non-participants, ET riders that are non-participants in the Gamblers race, and first round losers in the Gamblers race, you are eligible for a time run. That is Pro and Street ET. We'll mix you right up. We're not even going to spread you out. Just park it in line 3. You're going to run behind V-Twin. But that is open to only non-Gamblers race participants and Gamblers race first round losers only. If you just ran the Gamblers race, it is not active for you. And we're going to be moving directly behind this time run into Sportsman round 4 qualifying. So Ultra Sportsman, you're going to be on deck. Ultra Sportsman, you guys come out of lane number 4. So lane 4 is open for Ultra Sportsman activity. I'm going to move the time trial for Street and Pro ET riders over to lane 3. Ultra Sportsman, we need you to lane 4, please. Ultra Sportsman for your final qualifier. Ultra Sportsman, you needed lane 4, please. You can bring Super Comp to lane 5, and Top Gas, lane 6 is open for you. need Ultra Sportsman. Ultra Sportsman, please bring them to lane 4 for your final qualifier. Ultra Sportsman, lane 4, final qualifier. Super Comp, lane 5, please.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
I have a couple of old-time racers here to introduce you to, and I'm going to just sneak up on them. Here we are with Eddie Doherty. What's going on, buddy? And Rick Steiner, who we're going to spend some time with talking about the new competition eliminator category here at the Man Cup. So, Eddie, it's good to see you.
Good to see you. I mean, I like being around my friends and racing, and especially Bill Hahn.
Well, gosh, I'm blushing. I probably really am. I do blush a bit. But so, are you going to be racing anymore? I see you liquidated some of your stuff.
I liquidated, but I'm still involved. I'm helping Gary Russell with his new bike, and I'm also doing machining projects. So I talked to Rick, so I teach machining. So I like to make machining products for our racing industry also.
Staying involved.
Yes.
One way or another. So it's great to see you. Continued good luck with everything.
Thanks.
And Rick, we're going to spend a little time with you next. Are you ready?
I'm ready anytime.
All right, outstanding. See you, Eddie. So, Rick, we're going to spend a little time talking about Competition Eliminator. And, of course, this is an exciting new category. It's a bit of a throwback back to the old days.
Yep.
And we're going to have more than a little time to talk about it. But right now, just give us a quick overview of the class. What is Competition Eliminator, and what makes it something that everybody and anybody can race in?
You can set a national record that hangs on your wall. You can win the race, all the stuff like that, but to go home with something that says, I am the baddest of whatever in the country. You can set a national record. It's not hard to do. There's a lot of bikes manufactured after 2000 here, and they're open records. They haven't been set. So just about everybody behind me, there's a class for them.
So practically any bike can enter Competition Eliminator.
That's fine. You know, and we're just moving it to the next century. It was kind of stuck, so trying to expand it.
Outstanding. So, I just, of course, inadvertently called it Super Eliminator, but it's a very similar concept and format to what Super Eliminator used to be. Yeah. I used to run Super Eliminator back in the day. Yeah.
Yep.
So, as a matter of fact, I've been having fun looking at, there's a guy named Robert Cook who's been posting old IDBA newspapers on that old Drag Bikes and Where Are They Now page. And boy, is that a ball. Yeah. Looking at, right now he's in what was my rookie year. And so I'm getting to see in real time the drag race papers from when I used to run Competition and Super Eliminator. So we're going to learn more about Competition Eliminator here later this weekend. But Rick, I appreciate everything you've done to bring that to the sport.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Enjoy the day.
All right, we're in Ultra Sportsman final round of qualifying. Ultra Sportsman final round. See who's going to take home the hardware. Joe Clemmy jumps up ahead of Brett Bennett. Brett Bennett's been holding serve forever. Joe Clemmy, the wet, wily old veteran, getting the job done. Charlie Brown, left side, he's gone too quick. Dave Young's got a 9:54 under his belt. Young currently holding the 9th spot. Brown trying to catch him. Young, 9:46, too quick. Brown, a 9:69 is probably going to improve him in terms of the ladder, and it did. Spencer Johnson next up, left side. Joe Lidsey, right side.
have so many champions and amazing racers here this weekend. And I would be remiss if I did not include this gentleman right here, Pablo Gonzalez, who has just been absolutely on fire lately. Pablo, tell us, you know, we've got a little bit of time here. Tell us about how many things you've won lately. I mean, I just see you on the socials all the time. Pablo wins. Pablo wins. What's going on? How many things have you won lately?
First, thanks to the Lord for the opportunity to be winning. You know, giving my best always. I never think on any racer overthink. You know, I always do my best. So so far, I believe I've won 5 races and 2 runner-ups already. So it's been a great year.
Would this be your best year ever or your best start ever?
I want to be honest. I've been like this before. I've been 29 years racing, so I know that I've been like this before, but always it's a new journey. Yes. It's new. It's a new story. So
it's hard to be humble sometimes, right?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
No, but this guy is just, you know, he's just a marvel on a motorcycle. And every time I see him, he is formidable, highly respected by his opponents. And so how many classes are you running here this weekend at the MTC Spring Nationals?
Yes, this weekend I focus only on Street DT and Pro AT, 2 classes. Both at the same time, the gamblers.
Oh yeah, we've got the gamblers races going on right now for some, you know, quick easy bucks. Well, yeah, we're already here. Why not? Let's run some gamblers. So, is everything going well? Are you confident with your bikes and with yourself?
Yes, the bikes are amazing this weekend. So let's see if the rider is the same. But I'm working on that. I just won the first round Street DT. A lot of pressure as always. First round. It's not the same as the second, third rounds. First round is always the toughest.
I guess you're right. Yeah, it's the most pressure.
Yes, and I couldn't handle and I won the first round.
Good job. So I expect you'll do just as well this weekend as you've been doing. You've definitely got my vote, and yeah, we may be talking to this gentleman a little later tomorrow in the winner's circle, but I don't want to put any bad juju on it. You know, still got to win, still got to hit all those rounds. And Pablo, congratulations on an excellent start to the year, and I know you're going to continue to do well.
Thank you.
Everybody, Pablo Gonzalez.
MTC Engineering Supercomp. Final shot, but Braden Davis pretty well locked it up 24 hours ago. It's 8900. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. behind him, 8905. Rylan Rowe, 8906. Samuel Parrish, 8906. Lindbergh Simmons, 891 with a 4. That's your top 5 in SuperCom. Hair too quick. Santee Rodriguez Jr., right lane, Fix-It Tech. Former national champion, and Scott DeLong. This could be playing out on any given Saturday night here at Gainesville Raceway, right here. These two guys have seen each other countless times in these same lanes. Can't even tell you. Throw a blanket over the reaction times. They're that close. 891.0, 891.2. Both riders improving. Outstanding pair right there. Got them both tuned up to the hilt. Angel Lopez, left side. John D. Tomosa, right lane. And your number 1 qualifier since day 1, Braden Davis, left side. Rich Holder, right lane. Rich Holder just been going too quick in this category for his machine. Not making the index. Davis has not strayed from the index. A couple good lights. Davis 885, too quick, 892.9. Rich Holder grabs the index right there. Big improvement right there for Holder. Braden Davis, there wasn't any meat on that bone anyway. He was 890 with a 0 already. And probably locked up the number 1 qualifier 24 hours ago. Randy Smith making Georgia left side. Hunter Bibb, right lane. Outstanding run for Randy, 892.4. Improvement for him. That'll pick him up from the 12 spot he was in. Even quicker, Hunter Bibb. Slow roller, 19 seconds at 50 mile per hour. Once again, riders, when you do the slow roller, you hurt nobody but your competition. Thumbs up to proceed has been given. Michael T. Smith just saw his dad do good in the Burns lane. Wanting to replicate that. And that looks like John Updegrove in the right lane. Cowie ZX14 bike, Hayabusa left side. Classic Cowie Suzuki matchup. .909 left. No improvement, 920 right. no improvement for either rider. Damian Solis, he's currently clocked in with a 13 spot, 894. Bernard Gilbert has just gone too quick. So Bernard will be looking to get on the right side of the ladder. Gilbert nailing that tree. Gilbert's still too quick. And the 894.0, a very slight improvement by 2 thou for Damian Solis. Solidly qualified. Dave Young next up, left side. Jeremy Davis, right side. .884 too quick for Davis. 894 improvement for Young. He just keep getting a little bit better. Field continues to tighten up. This is Super Comp action. We're going to go into top gas behind it. Roy Hagedorn, right lane, and Mantez Thompson, senior, in the left. 876, bit of a breakout left side. 891.5. Roy Hagedorn improves by 1,000th. Job Hag. Mantez Thompson Jr. coming up right side. Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas, you're next up. Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas. You guys are coming out of 6. Too quick, 889. Good pass for Mantez Thompson Jr., 895. Solidly puts him in the field. Job right there. Kevin Peterson, Peterson Automotive, right lane out of Clearwater, Florida. Lindbergh Simmons, left side, Cowie ZX14. Lindbergh's already belted out an 891, and he goes 890 to improve. Great job, Lindbergh Simmons. Kevin Peterson off pace 10:05 at only 84 mile per hour. Does not improve. .902 slight improvement for Rodney Gant. Taylor Harper off pace 11:03. Slow roller on the racing surface. go. Abrupt launch and an early shutoff.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
I love motorcycle drag racing history, and it doesn't get much more historical than this pair right here. I am here with none other than the one and only Superbike Mike Keaty and his devoted wife Kathy, and this guy right here was one of the hottest players in Pro Stock Bike back in the day, and still one of what I think one of the most insightful thinkers we've had in the sport. You've always been somebody who I enjoyed listening to, learning from, watching.
Good technical talks, you and I, about a myriad of subjects.
Yes, it's really been something. And so you're showing me something you're working with here. Tell us more about that. Maybe we can get a little close-up on the camera.
Well, what we do is we take the stock throttle bodies. In this case, it's a Gen 2 Hayabusa set. Stock bore is 44. I bore it smooth bore to 47 millimeter, and then I cut away half of the throttle shaft, and that gives it a 48 millimeter flow path. That's as most as you can get because now the walls are paper thin.
I can see we're getting down to the minimum.
That's less than half a millimeter there. But that's the way the stock ones are set up. So they're lighter. So anyway, on the full grudge package, we epoxy all the holes. Most of the grudge race guys, they don't use the second nozzles. They just stay with the original lower nozzles. So that's the way they like it.
And it's amazing, you know, the factory throttle bodies on a Hayabusa are so capable, even with just a little massaging like this. You know, it's always kind of amazed me that an aftermarket set of throttle bodies has never really emerged as a player. You know, we haven't really needed them.
Well, these are worth about 25 horsepower gain on like a 1500, 1600 motor. So it's well worth it.
Absolutely. And of course, Superbike Mike, if you know your drag race history, was a pro stock master. And
we set our very first record right here, 154.63 in what, 1976 or something like that.
Wow, 50 years ago.
Yeah, now it's 50 miles an hour faster.
Yeah, it's come a long way. And who's this little racer?
This is Angelica.
Hi, Angelica.
She's our youngest.
Looks
time at the racetrack.
Well, I can see you giving her some hearing support there.
She was my pit crew at the races. Now I'm her pit crew at the dog shows.
Ah. Oh, she's a show dog.
She's a show dog in obedience.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Angelica. So just another look at one of the amazing historical figures in our sport. Mike, it's so good to see you out here. I appreciate you and everything you have brought to this sport. You have been an amazing contributor, as have you, Kathy.
And if there's anything else I can do to be of any value.
Well, you've already given so much, but that's great to hear. Still making parts, still making horsepower after all these years. Superbike Mike Keating.
Josie Brooks going to be next up in the left lane. Juan Cintron in the right lane. Green lights and pair. A couple good-looking runs right here. 820 with a 6. Josie improves, moving up. Juan Cintron 828.4. No improvement for him, but a very solid run. Looking good right there. At 820 with a 6, just nudged her above Mike Hansen's 820 with a 7. Chad Ott's left side and Brian Miner right side. Miner's going to pass him like he didn't know what hit him. 818 too quick for Otts and an 825. Slight improvement for Miner. He continues to chip away at that 820 index. Moving on up. Wayne Leachman left side. He's had troubles during qualifying. Let's see if he's got it fixed. Kevin Adams, right side, he's got an 838 under his belt. Leachman away. Adams gone. struggling. Kevin Adams improving to an 8:22. Dwayne Leachman actually does improve with that 9:05, but nowhere near where he wants to be. Jones left side, Jerome Gordon right lane, and it is Jones too quick. Gordon a little bit off pace. Remaining riders in the gamblers categories. Street, lane 3 for pairings. Pro, lane 4 for pairings. Ladders are on the clipboard. Need to get those riders remaining in the field up to the lanes. Mike Hansen just saw his number 1 get stolen by Brooks. Seth Bouchieri. Oh man, he's still all over it. 8:19.3, great effort, 8:19.5. Couple great passes, but not an improvement for either rider. Actually, it looks like Seth's maybe a slight improvement because he just continues to break out. Jeremy England next up, and CJ Mims. England's 8:27, currently anchoring the 15 spot, and Mims is 8:17. He's a breaker outer. He is further down the ladder at the 31st spot. Mims too quick, England too quick again. The two quickers. Just what the girls like. All right. Mark Chaffee next up, left lane. And Dalton Markham in the right lane. Markham 8:22.7, anchoring the number 8 spot. Chaffee 8:46. Currently holding the 21 spot. Markham strangely off pace there. Got Scotty DeLong left side and Eddie Albert in the right lane. Street ET Gamblers, Street ET Gamblers, you're going to be next up coming out of lane 3. Let's pair them and let's get ready to dance in this next round. Pro ET Gamblers to 4. Pro ET Gamblers to 4. For pairings. Pro Riders, you are on standby. Smith's in. Davis is in. A pair of great lights. Look at that pass right there. 8:19. He's done it again. Another 19. He's all over that index. Michael Smith a bit off pace, but getting down through there. He is not improving, and Braden does not improve with that pass either. And Street ET Gamblers to 3, Pro ET Gamblers to 4, please.
I love motorcycle drag racing history, and it doesn't get much more historical than this pair right here. I am here with none other than the one and only Superbike Mike Keaty and his devoted wife Kathy, and this guy
remaining riders in Street ET or Pro ET Gamblers race. Please bring them back to 3 for Street ET, 4 for Pro ET. Ladders down there. Find your partner. Let's get this next round in. I need you guys and gals to get it done. Pro riders, you're on standby. Real Street, you can bring them to lane, and Pro Comp can bring it to lanes. Real Street and Pro Comp can bring them to lanes.
I love motorcycle drag racing history, and it doesn't get much more historical than this pair right here. I am here with none other than the one and only Superbike Mike Keaty and his devoted wife Kathy, and this guy right here was one of the hottest players in Pro Stock Bike back in the day, and still one of what I think one of the most insightful thinkers we've had in the sport. You've always been somebody who I enjoyed listening to, learning from, watching.
Good technical talks, you and I, about a myriad of subjects.
Yes, it's really been something. And so you're showing me something you're working with here. Tell us more about that. Maybe we can get a little close-up on the camera.
Well, what we do is we take the stock throttle bodies. In this case, it's a Gen 2 Hayabusa set. Stock bore is 44. I bore it, smooth bore to 47 millimeter, and then I cut away half of the throttle shaft, and that gives it a 48 millimeter flow path. That's as most as you can get because now the walls are paper thin.
can see we're getting down to the minimum.
That's less than half a millimeter there. But that's the way the stock ones are set up. So they're lighter. So anyway, on the full grudge package, we epoxy all the holes. Most of the grudge race guys, they don't use the second nozzles. They just stay with the original lower nozzles. So that's the way they like it.
And it's amazing, you know, the factory throttle bodies on a Hayabusa are so capable, even with just a little massaging like this. You know, it's always kind of amazed me that an aftermarket set of throttle bodies has never really emerged as a player. You know, we haven't really needed them.
Well, these are worth about 25 horsepower gain on like a 1500, 1600 motor. So it's well worth it.
Absolutely. And of course, Superbike Mike, if you know your drag race history, was a pro stock master. And
yeah, we set our very first record right here, 154.63 in what, 1976 or something like that.
Wow, 50 years ago.
Yeah, now it's 50 miles an hour faster.
yeah, it's come a long way. And who's this little racer?
This is Angelica.
Hi, Angelica.
She's our youngest.
Looks
First time at the racetrack.
Well, I can see you giving her some hearing support there.
She was my pit crew at the races. Now I'm her pit crew at the dog shows.
Ah. Oh, she's a show dog.
She's a show dog in obedience.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Angelica. So just another look at one of the amazing historical figures in our sport. Mike, it's so good to see you out here. I appreciate you and everything you have brought to this sport. You have been an amazing contributor, as have you, Kathy.
And if there's anything else I can do to be of any value.
Well, you've already given so much, but that's great to hear. Still making parts, still making horsepower after all these years. Superbike Mike Keating.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Wow, look at this, huh?
It is, of course, the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals here at historic, iconic Gainesville Raceway. And speaking of history and icons, we got a guy right here who owns a particular company called MTC Engineering. This is, of course, Eric Hochstetler, the current owner of MTC Engineering, and of course he purchased it from the OG, Ken Tipton, back in the day, passed on now, but of course was one of the movers and shakers in our sport in its early days. You couldn't really, you know, throw a cat around without seeing MTC Engineering products. And Eric, you say you've got some new stuff here to talk about with your air lockup. Tell us some more about that.
Well, we have, we came out a couple years ago with our air assist clutches, and what we do is we make a system that bolts onto a cover where you can add pressure to the clutch, basically a variable pressure to a clutch while it's going down the track. So we made some improvements recently. The air cylinder that mounts onto the cover now, it used to be one that we would purchase from an air cylinder supply company, and it was a module system. It had multiple parting lines with seals in it, but we've now redesigned it so the area behind the plunger is now one solid system. No seal required, so there's no chance for leakage behind the plunger. The plunger's got the O-ring on it, so it's a much better design. And then we went ahead and anodized it and put our logo on it just to give it some really good looks. So brand new cylinder, more robust. Functions the same. It'll actually mount onto the same mounting holes as before, so if you want to upgrade, you can just buy the cylinder from us.
That's clever.
It's a really good system, though, and the air systems has really been taken off, and it's working for both now our Gen 2 clutches and for our sliders. And the advantage, big advantage on the sliders is a lot of guys have to put a lot of weight on it to try to get it to lock up at the top end. but then it hurts our 60-foot because of
Right.
the motor. So we're taking weight off the arms, running great 60-foots, and then bringing the air in to lock it up at the top end, so it protects your clutch and gives you a much better time slip. So it's a great product.
Well, and you know, with today's modern technology, as far as control, you know, our modern engine management systems are just rife with ways to control an air cylinder or even, you know, a pulse width cylinder that can give you basically unlimited control over what your clutch is doing down track. So like Eric said, you let your slider or your Gen 2 do the job off the line, and then down track when you need some more lockup power, you can do it by gear, you can do it by time, you can do it by intensity. You know, it's really the first truly, you know, and I don't want to exaggerate, but 100% tunable clutch option for these types of machines. So, you know, of course, MTC's been in the slider game basically as long as there's been a slider game. As I remember, it was Ken who, you know, originally, you know, really conceived of and brought the first truly viable slider to the market. But all of the products that they have made for so long, I mean, MTC Engineering has supported our sport with high quality equipment, you know, from the get-go. And of course, if we go back into history, if I remember correctly, I think you've told me this once before, Ken Tipton founded MTC Engineering in 1962.
Well, we celebrated our 75th year anniversary last year. So
59.
Yeah. So
wow.
Yeah. So Ken joined the team in California, and he and two other owners is where the MTC comes from. And then Ken himself bought out the other two owners and moved it to Florida.
Here we are, final 8. Street ET Gamblers race. Mike Hansen, who's still alive in the Pro ET side as well. Tate Horta right side, green lights a pair. 4 will advance, 4 will call it a day. Hansen advances 55 on a 46. Horta, reaction time disadvantage, spelled his demise. Mike Hansen down to the final 4 in the Street ET Gamblers race. Wonder if he can match that performance on the Pro ET side of it as well. Javante Jones, left side. Clemens, Strange Lane. Neither rider wanting to go in. Clemens is in, and now Jones is. We got green lights. Finish line will say it is Clemens moving on, 9:58 on a 9:49, besting the 9:90 on a 9:90 of Jones. So you know what that means. Clemens was 0-1-3 on the tree, and that was it. Done. Dusted. Moving on. Joaquin Ortiz left side, Duffy Freeman right side. Duffy is going to have a... Ortiz just going to have to wait. Going to sit there. Duffy's going to be past the 8th mile by the time he gets to leave. All right, we got a drag race. Ortiz is saying, what in the heck do I got to do to catch this thing? And does he do it? He does. Duffy breaks out. Ortiz to the good. Moving on. 3 of 4 have punched their ticket. One set left. It's going to be Pablo Gonzalez or Jeremy Davis. 884 dial for Davis. 893 for Gonzalez. Gonzalez trying to pick a spot up there where he's happy. Very slight lead going to Gonzalez. Won't be much. Hardly be able to pick it up, but it's there. And they both are out and gone with green lights. This is a good drag race right here. Pablo Gonzalez, 899 on the 893. He had a chunk of reaction time advantage, and Davis was unable to overcome it. So Pablo Gonzalez is one of the final four, and those riders will come back directly behind this round of pros. Street and Pro ET winners will return directly behind this round of pros. Outstanding job there. All right, we've got Pro ET. Let's go ahead and we can knock out the single, the bye run, and 3 of the 4 pairs we will give courtesy to that rider. It just is in both still. Mr. Hansen. So his competitor will be the last of the group in Pro ET to run. And then we'll move into Pro final qualifying with Real Streets first, followed by Pro Comp.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Looking for a shot in the final 5 coming up. Shane Cunningham left side, Ricardo Marte. Good little drag race here. Oh, Cunningham. 865 on an 863. Ricardo was 009. He had 300s in the bank, but ran off the dial as 862, unable to seal the deal. Shane Cunningham moving on to the final 5. Kevin Adams and Jeremy England again. I feel like I've watched this before. 009 on the tree, and his 878 seals it. Adams move on to the round of 5. Jeremy England's day ends. England was right there. Just couldn't run his number. Didn't have quite the tree that Adams had. So there you have it. Dwayne Leachman dialed an 847, and he's coming up against Rashad Rowe, bike number 223. Rashad dialed a 903. Jumps on that tree a little too hard, turns it red. Rashad Rowe advances 905 on a 903. Rowe, he's into the round of 5. And here you go, he just won in Street ET. Mike Hansen is back in Pro ET, looking to do the same. Samuel Parrish in the right lane is looking to have something to say about that. Mike Hansen on a roll. He's down to 4 in Pro ET Gamblers. Hansen strikes the tire. Something doesn't shift down there. It's going to be win on the right lane, 9 flat. It must have been Hansen's bike. Struck the tire off the hit. Nearly identical reaction times. Parrish with a slight advantage. Parrish moves on to the round of 5. All right, Ralph is decided from Total Venue Concepts. We're going to give it a little bit of love on the racing surface before we send out the pros, and it'll be Real Street first. This will be your final, followed by Pro Comp, your final, and then followed by 460, your final. Behind the pros, I will need the remaining riders in the ET Gamblers race. We can get that finished up once.
Wow, look at this.
We are now talking with Todd Moore, who has been instrumental in something I just want to direct my cameraman's attention to up here on the wall, the Suncoast Old School Drag Street Syndicate. Now, if you've been following Suncoast on Facebook, you'll know that what they're doing is getting together if you will, the remaining and burgeoning growing interest in OEOG bikes from the 70s and 80s, where a lot of us, cut our teeth, grew up on all these old Kawasaki's and Suzuki's. And for people that love the nostalgia, as I do, it is just an absolute eye candy Facebook page. Check it out, because so many people have built these amazing retro rockets. I guess in the car world, these would be known as retro mods, Resto mods, right? So let's talk about them a little bit. Of course, Todd Moore here has been, like I say, instrumental. Let's start with this Suzuki Katana. What do we know about this?
Well, it's owned by Steve Whitmire. He's also in Florida with us. John Sachs had a big hand on putting it together early on, and Steve picked it up from him and has continued it on and made it even nicer. So, yeah, real nice piece.
And what about this KZ here? That is beautiful.
This is actually the bike that is the symbol of the page. This is my second admin over here, Dave Cody's bike. This was a legitimate drag bike, or started street.
Right, of course.
Then you get that bug. We all get the bug, because we're all in those later seasons, and said, you know what? I'm going to drag race it. So really, it still has a nitrous bottle on. It has all the bells and whistles of a drag bike, but we, getting older, and we decided to kind of keep this thing going. He put it back on the street, and it's taken off from there. But this is the model of the group, is what we would.
Well, it's absolutely delicious. I mean, I don't think I can see a speck of dust on it. Great job on that one, Dave.
It will take the trophy home, yeah. He shares with
I'd imagine so. Well, here's one that is a little closer to stock, huh?
This is my personal bike here. This is mine. Beautiful. And it's same vibe, same drag feel, with the wheels and stuff, but zero rake on this one, with the Murray exhaust, and more closer to stock. Still has a shock, so it's rideable, but keep the feel of the gauges and stuff, yeah.
Well, then we've got one here called the War Child.
Yeah, this is actually John Markham's bike. A lot of guys.
Oh, of course I recognize that.
It's a John Markham, and it went up for sale, and I liked the way it sat, and I called him, and he said, I don't want to sell it, but I will, and I told him I was going to put it back on the street, and I think he thought I was kidding, but this will be a street bike soon.
Of course it will. And now we move into a Suzuki GS, I guess that would be an 1150 turbo.
Yep. In an 81 frame. This is also owned by John Sachs right here, for sale, but another beautiful example of where we're headed.
Wow, and then yet another Suzuki turbo right next to it.
This belongs to me as well. We picked this up on a trade. I guess this was built many, many years ago, only showing 2,000 on the odometer, probably by Orient Express, as we all know, in upstate New York, and ended up in Florida. And I made a trade with a stock 1150, and everybody's happy. So, yeah, that'll be another one.
Wow. Boy, and it just goes on and on. We've got an 1150 ES here, and that looks pretty close to stock.
This one here or over here?
Talking about the one with the fairing on it, yeah.
The Pro Modified Racer. That's his personal bike right there. Yep, beautiful piece. All
gorgeous.
Stock pipes. This one here we picked up this weekend as well from Roy Hagedorn.
I was going to say, it looks familiar. That's Hags, huh?
He's a multi-time track champion. If you know drag racing, you know
well.
He'll also be a street bike coming soon.
Hagedorn is a multi-time, practically everything champion. Well, let's end it up right over here because, of course, this one here is what I would say very near and dear to my heart because I had one of these myself that I bought in 1982 and identical to this. And I was just telling Dave Miller about it. What I did was I started drag racing it, but Kawasaki parts were so plentiful back then that as I started putting hot rod parts on it, lighter wheels, lighter body, longer arm, all this stuff, before long, I had a whole pile of Z1R parts, and I just restored the whole bike back to stock, sold it to a friend for what I bought it for, and had my drag bike right alongside it. But anyway, amazing stuff.
This one actually, if you knew the history of it, started out as a TC. So he has the parts to put it back to his TC. But
yeah, I noticed it's no longer TC.
We met in Florida, in Dunedin, downtown, and same passion. Has some Z1s as well, Yanni. And he's got ties to the Chicago area, Dick Speed and those guys.
Of course, yeah. Well, that's where I come from.
Very small, close-knit community, and after starting this page, I've realized that it's still there. We're just, we're doing different things now.
That's amazing. And I'm just going to tell you straight up, I am so happy that you were involved in something like this, because not only is it fun, you know, we're preserving the past, preserving the history. And
well, a little bit of history on the page is I retired in June, but a couple of months before in March, Dave and I sat down and said, you know what? Let's see if there's any other guys that like what we like. Well,
boy, you found them.
We're a year removed, and we're almost at 12,000 members worldwide. So it's I didn't expect it, but it's been fun.
Well, you really tapped into a nerve there, so to speak. So, Todd, I appreciate you spending some time with us.
Thank you, Bill. Good seeing you too, buddy. It's been a long time. Yeah.
Always a pleasure, man. Let me tell you. And I'm going to be keeping an eye on that Facebook page. Check it out. It's a Suncoast Old School Drag Syndicate page. What is the actual Facebook page title?
That's it.
Oh, there you go.
Some folks told me it was a little wordy, but I said, you know what? We got to get the point across. So.
Well, we get it. And what could be more Florida than that, right? So, thanks again, Todd. We're going to bring you way more action here this weekend at the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak until you see Fuel Tech everywhere. We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
All right, this is final call. Final call for Robinson Industries Pro Comp. Anybody got something to knock off? Craig Rosenberg going to be #1 qualifier. Everybody in the field wants to have something to say about it. Let's see what they can do. And once again, the Man Cup Award ceremony will take place at the Man Cup tent behind registration. This is crowning the 2025 champions. It'll be immediately upon completion of on track. Jeff House, left side. And that is Braden Davis, right side. Couple outstanding runs there. Terry Wynn next up, and Rob Giard gonna be putting the finality on this category right here. Giard left side, Terry Wynn right side. Wow, Rob Giard sashaying down there, rolling the power into it, 467, 165. Outstanding job of riding right there. Terry Wynn with trouble, early shut off at 58 mile per hour.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
CJ Mims, remember that name because you're going to hear a lot of it in the years to come. This young man has already risen to the top in Street ET, and he is our current champion in Street ET. Took all the marbles last year at just a nail biter of a finals. Man, oh man, you came out on top. And refresh my memory, who did you beat to that #1 spot?
John Markham.
That's right. And I mean, I'm not happy about that. I'm happy for you, of course. But I just think that's an amazing accomplishment in and of itself. So, CJ, of course, new things in your world right now. You're out here doing some of your first hits on a wheelie bar bike, playing with that in Top Gas. So you were talking about a pass you just made, and you went, what, trip zip?
Trip zip on a tree, and then an 8.17 with a 9 1/4. So we got a little bit of slowing down to do, but we're getting there. That's my 5th pass, so we're there. Like, we're getting there.
So 5th pass on a bar bike, and he's already going triple O's. So that's pretty amazing. But you say the street bike's not being real good to you right now.
Yeah, we had problems with it a couple weeks ago, and Silver Dollar with it resetting. So we changed the stator and the rectifier out. And we thought it fixed it because the last 3 race weekends, it was amazing. It ran perfect. I even got to the finals last weekend, lost by 4th thou. And it's been doing amazing. Last night it ran awesome. It was killing it. And then today it just all of a sudden started cutting off half track and cutting right back on. And it just cost me the gambler's race. So we're going to try to do a little tweaking, and maybe the Cunninghams can maybe help me, and we can figure it out for the race tomorrow.
Yeah, the Cunninghams are ZX14 experts. We're going to have a talk with them here this weekend as well. So, I hope you can find the bug. Hopefully it's not too far. Anybody you want to give a shout out to at home? Sponsors, family, girlfriend?
Voodoo for sponsoring me this season, and my girlfriend that lives in Alabama, and all my buddies back at home, and the good Lord up above.
Says it all, folks. CJ Mims, rising star, man to keep an eye on. Thank you, CJ. Great to have you out here. Keep up the good work. So, do you like...
From top fuel to pro mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Ah, look at this, huh?
So, do you like slicks and wheelie bars? Or do you like street tires and rear suspension? Fortunately, whereas motorcycle drag racing was almost at one time exclusively slicks and wheelie bars, advances in several areas, track prep, tire technology, suspension technology, power management technology, have empowered the no wheelie bar bikes just immensely in recent years. So, what I wanted to do, by the way, everybody, this is Jeremy England. What I wanted to do was get some objective opinions from somebody who rides both street tire bikes and slick and bar bikes, and just try to gauge the relative difference from somebody who is accustomed to both. So what would you say are the pros, cons, differences? What do you think as far as when you run one versus the other?
It's really hard to say if one is better than the other, which is common questions as the no-bar world is becoming more popular. It really depends on the class you're going to run. If you're going to be bracket racing and say you fly solo a lot more, you might not have a pit guy, your wife might not like racing. It's a lot easier and commonplace to go with a no-bar street tire race bike. You could ride it to the lanes, you can ride it back from the finish line. They're plenty equipped with technology to be fast enough. But if you decide you're going to go 460 racing, 510 racing, some guys opt for more of the slick and wheelie bar setup because it's been a 30, 40 year proving ground of what works the best. So it's really hard to say which one is better than the other, but you could use either for virtually any class other than street ET.
Well, that's a good point. So what do you do differently as you jump from one to the other? I mean, beyond the obvious, do you have a different mindset? Is the technology on the bike helpful to allow you to transition, back and forth?
Yeah, it helps a ton. When you have a shock like on my Gen 2 street bike I run in Top Gas, the initial hit is so much softer. It's such a easy, it's like sitting on the couch. I go a 140, 60 foot to then run 820, whereas on this thing I can be lowards of 112, 114. So it makes the ride a lot smoother and easier when you choose the shock and street tire route. That's really the main difference, if you will.
Gotcha. And do you use a slider clutch as well?
I use a slider clutch on my wheelie bar bikes, and then I use the MTC Gen 2 on my no bar bikes.
Gotcha. And of course, Gen 2 still gives you the ability to throw the lever, or do you have to feather it?
You can throw the lever, and or you can use the mallet magnet setup where you could use a trans brake button, and it'll throw the lever for you. So set the clutch tune up, how you would like it to be in a slider, and it'll do all the work for you.
Well, now I'm talking about the Gen 2.
Yeah, the Gen 2. It'll throw the lever for you and slide just like a slider would.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Yep. So that's the newest iteration from MTC is the Gen 2 that allows you to use a hand clutch.
Yeah.
But
hand operated lever and go drag racing.
And but get a lot of the advantages.
street, the remaining 4. Let's bring them back to lane 3. Gamblers Race Pro, the remaining 5, back to lane number 4 immediately, please. Heather Baldy's still at the top of the heap here. The Missouri native, carrying the corporate backing of Schwartz Law Group, the mighty Ken Schwartz, and all of the weight that he carries with his gold chains. It's tough on a man of his stature. Josie Brooks left side. Curtis Griggs right side. Brooks 479, Griggs 461 with a 1. Big improvement for Griggs. Big improvement. Very, very solid field of Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 riders right here. Chad Ott's next up, left side. Smoking Joe Rodney, right side. Good looking drag race right here. You're 0-1-7 and you're second off the line. Chad Ott's 460 with a 9. Belts out another 60. Looks like something may have come off the machine of Rodney. So track officials on it like a snap. Sean Wheeler, left side. Making a right lane goes 481. Deshaun going 470 with a 2. Jeremy England and Matt Smith. England in a bunch of classes. There are good lights here, good looking passes. England and Smith both going 459s, and that'll be no improvement for either rider, but they know they're on the number. Great job of finding that index, pretty much nailing it. Street and pro riders. Let's get them lanes 3 and 4 respectively. Pair them up. Let's get this next round knocked out so we can finish you guys and gals up and move into the award ceremony. Mike Wagner, left side. Mike Wagner, 460 with a 3, laying it down. Cagnina goes 476, no improvement. And we got daughter followed by father at the top of the heap by a thou. Woo. Good job, Wagner family, on the qualifying. Nailing it. Got Mantez Thompson Jr. He's in the Burns lane. Mantez bringing sponsorship in from Lynn Layton Chevrolet and Brown's Ferry Mercantile. Sponsoring the young rider out of Alabama who can seem to ride anything. Very, very unique combination in this category. Small tire, no wheelie bar, and a sea of big tires and wheelie bars. Green lights a pair. Mantez 468, that is an improvement. 463 for Brian Smith, no improvement. But Mantez Thompson Jr. got the jump off the light. Play with tomorrow in your provisional pole sitter by a thou over own father. Now in the strange lane, Heather Baldy. Not many riders left that are going to be able to bump her out. Her 460 with a 2. He is holding the top spot. Mike Lingo's been all over the number this weekend, so he is one of those riders that can do it. Lingo currently 10th with a 461.2. Baldy stepping off the machine. Gonna be a single for Lingo. Too quick, 456 with a 6. And it looks like we're down to 1 to knock her out. One and only one. Street ET. Gamblers, front of lane 3 now. Front of lane 3. Pro ET Gamblers, front of lane 4. Broderick Jackson, please check in with Declan at the head of staging. Broderick Jackson, please check in with Declan. Gainesville Dragway at the head of staging. Broderick Jackson, please check in, head of staging.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Ah, look at this, huh?
So, do you like slicks and wheelie bars? Or do you like street tires and rear suspension? Fortunately, whereas motorcycle drag racing was almost at one time exclusively slicks and wheelie bars, advances in several areas, track prep, tire technology, suspension technology, power management technology, have empowered the no wheelie bar bikes just immensely in recent years. So, what I wanted to do, by the way, everybody, this is Jeremy England. What I wanted to do was get some objective opinions from somebody who rides both street tire bikes and slick and bar bikes, and just try to gauge the relative difference from somebody who is accustomed to both. So what would you say are the pros, cons, differences? What do you think as far as when you run one versus the other?
It's really hard to say if one is better than the other, which is common questions as the no-bar world is becoming more popular. It really depends on the class you're going to run. If you're going to be bracket racing and say you fly solo a lot more, you might not have a pit guy, your wife might not like racing. It's a lot easier and commonplace to go with a no-bar street tire race bike. You could ride it to the lanes, you can ride it back from the finish line. They're plenty equipped with technology to be fast enough. But if you decide you're going to go 460 racing, 510 racing, some guys opt for more of the slick and wheelie bar setup because it's been a 30, 40 year proving ground of what works the best. So it's really hard to say which one is better than the other, but you could use either for virtually any class other than street ET.
Well, that's a good point. So what do you do differently as you jump from one to the other? I mean, beyond the obvious, do you have a different mindset? Is the technology on the bike helpful to allow you to transition, back and forth?
Yeah, it helps a ton. When you have a shock like on my Gen 2 street bike I run in Top Gas, the initial hit is so much softer. It's such a easy, it's like it's sitting on the couch. I go a 140, 60 foot to then run 820, whereas on this thing I can be lowards of 112, 114. So it makes the ride a lot smoother and easier when you choose the shock and street tire route. That's really the main difference, if you will.
Gotcha. And do you use a slider clutch as well?
I use a slider clutch on my wheelie bar bikes, and then I use the MTC Gen 2 on my no-bar bikes.
Gotcha. And, of course, Gen 2 still gives you the ability to throw the lever, or do you have to feather it?
You can throw the lever, and or you can use the mallet magnet setup where you could use a trans brake button, and it'll throw the lever for you. So set the clutch tune up, how you would like it to be in a slider, and it'll do all the work for you.
Well, now I'm talking about the Gen 2.
Yeah, the Gen 2. It'll throw the lever for you and slide just like a slider would.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Yep. So that's the newest iteration from MTC is the Gen 2 that allows you to use a hand clutch.
Yeah.
But
hand-operated lever and go drag racing.
And but get a lot of the advantages of a slider.
Absolutely.
Mike Hansen's been on a tear. He was hot in Pro ET as well. He just got knocked out of that. Still alive here in Street ET. Got one horse left in the fight. Mike Hansen. Let's see what he's got here in Voodoo Customs Street ET Gamblers Race action on Saturday. Winner here moves to the final for a shot at all the dinero. $892 for Gonzalez, $848 for Hansen. Hansen trips it red. Goes 031 red. Gonzalez 022, and Gonzalez was 891 on his dial, and he was stout. Pablo Gonzalez punches his ticket to the final. Hansen goes off pace 864 on the 48. Might have been out of disgust, not sure, but great effort by Mike Hansen. Semifinal action in Street ET Gamblers, and he was quarterfinal action in Pro ET Gamblers. Very well. Acquitted himself well in the elimination process today. Joaquin Ortiz, left side. And Mr. Clemens. He's just been rolling through. Wow. Turned it sideways on the start line. He's still chasing after him. Has he got anything for him? And the answer is no. Ortiz, 950 on a 939 with a 002 light, moving to the final. And now, Pro ET Gamblers race. Shane Cunningham, left side. Rashad Rowe, green light and green light. This is a drag race. Green and green, and it is. Rowe, 907 on the 904. Breaking out Cunningham, 860 with a 6. They were both 010 on the tree. Identical reaction times. Shane just took a bit too much stripe. He's probably not going to be happy with himself there. But that was a close drag race. Couple outstanding reaction times. Rashad Rowe moving on to the semifinal round. Need that round back immediately. Service it and get back. Sammy Parrish and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. This is for a spot in the semifinal round. Another green light drag race. Finish line's gonna say nearly identical dials. 890 for Schmidt on the 886. Parrish 893 on the 889. Schmidt Jr. holding a couple hundredths reaction time advantage, and he turned it into a win. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. moves on to the semifinal. Kevin Adams, the legal bye. I need Schmidt Jr., Adams, and the guy who won the first pair. Need those three riders. Rashad Rowe, I need you three riders right back. Back immediately. Final round for Street ET. Please bring it back to the lane. Final round, Street ET. Let's get it back. And in that Pro ET final, Rashad Rowe is going to carry the bye run. Rowe has the bye into the final, so the other pair will pair off. I've got a final in Street ET. Let's get them back up here, guys. Let's wrap it up.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Wow, look at this, huh?
drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere. We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Ah, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
And once again, I'd like to remind everybody that we do have our chapel service at 7:45 a.m. tomorrow. That will be held by our chaplain, Vicente Rodriguez, in the 3rd floor of the tower. So climb the stairs, take the elevator. 3rd floor is where worship will take place. It's non-denominational. All are welcome. We'll see you there. 7:45 a.m., 3rd floor of the tower for chapel service. Coming up now, Street ET Final with Joaquin Ortiz and Pablo Gonzalez. And Pablo Gonzalez, man, oh man, that guy has won 5 races this year already. Count them, 5 races, and it's only, mid-April. He has just been on a rampage lately. And if I was Joaquin Ortiz, I would be very concerned right about now because Pablo just seems unstoppable. I interviewed Pablo earlier, and I asked him, has this happened to you before where you've had so many wins this early in the season? And in his most humble way, he had to convey that, well, yes, it actually has happened before. So what a competitor, Pablo Gonzalez and Joaquin Ortiz. And Pablo shows us something very uncharacteristic. He goes red by 007. Oh, that's a heartbreaker, but he threw it at the tree. Joaquin was pretty efficient himself. He goes 029 on the bulb, but Pablo's reign of terror ends with a runner-up in Street ET here tonight. All right, I need Pro ET finalists Rashad Rowe and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. back to the lanes as soon as you are able. I know you guys just went down the track, but that's bracket racing. When you're in the late rounds, get them down here, cool them, fuel them, fire them up, and get them over here. We are going to send the last pair down the track. I presume that's what that'll be. Pro ET final coming up.
drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Ah, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Wayne Schmidt Jr. dials an 881. Rashad Rose going to get the little head start, about a quarter of a second with his 904 dial. So it looks like an all Kawasaki final here. ZX14 versus the quite rarely seen in drag racing circles ZX12 of Dwayne Schmidt Jr. But of course, that is the preferred mount of Dwayne and his teammate Scott DeLong. They've got a handful of them, and they're all pretty formidable for an engine series that does not get drag raced much. Those guys have had to develop a lot of their own capabilities, techniques, and parts, and they've done really well. You know, it's rather an underdog, a dark horse, but they have shown that properly prepared, ZX12s can be extremely viable in drag racing. Dwayne's in first. Here comes Rashad, and it's on. And DJ now pops the red light in the right lane, just like we saw Pablo Street ET final. He goes just the slightest red with a 004 red, but you know, he keeps his composure, puts down a nice lap anyway. 880 with a 2 on the 881 dial. Rashad Rowe, of course, takes the win right from the starting line. Manages a 906 on a 904 dial. So great race for both racers, and just shaved it a little too close there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. So now we're going to move into our awards ceremony for 2025 champions. This will take place down by the Man Cup membership trailer. So I'll meet you all down there. And we're looking for, of course, our champions as well as our number 2 and number 3 place points holders. Let's go do it. And I'm thinking that's it for tonight from up here. We'll see you all in the morning as well. And don't forget chapel service at 7:45, 3rd floor of the tower. Good night and good racing to all.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Ah, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Ah, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance.
All right, everybody, it is the moment we've been waiting for, where we're going to crown our 2025 World Champions. And before we start handing out the hardware and the goodies, I just want to give my personal thanks to everyone for all of your support of the series. It was an amazing season. It was my first full season with Man Cup in many years. You may remember when I used to announce. I'm having a ball working with you now. So with no further ado, let me call up Heather Baldy, our 2025 Top Gas champion. Heather, are you here? I think we've got a stand-in for Heather. All right, so Heather gets, of course, the hardware, and this is
Rachel
from Heather's team, and of course Heather also gets a gift from Virginia Peanuts. And there's one more thing Heather gets, and of course this is her championship jacket, but it happens to have her maiden name on it. I don't know if that was intentional, but regardless, of course, she is part of that Wagner family racing team. So once again, let's get a big hand for Heather Wagner, Top Gas champion again in 2025. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, moving on. Now we're going to our 2025 Pro Mod champion, none other than the amazing young man, Braden Davis. Braden, come on up and gather your stuff. Okay, is Braden here? Braden going once, Braden going twice. Well, we'll just set this one aside. He may show up yet. Okay, so I'm going to move into our next champion from 2025. This will be our champion in Pro Open, Rob Giard. Rob, come on forward. Points champion. Well, that's what we're talking about, right? What do you got to say for that?
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Now, how many years have you won the championship in Pro Open now?
I think 5.
5, wow.
Points champion.
Points champion. Rob wants to make sure we understand that. He's the points champion.
That's
okay,
right.
And let me get you your new apparel as well. And we got to do a photo op here because it looks good. Oh, yeah, and don't forget your nuts. I'm going to grab those for you. I'll show you in a minute. All right, you grab that, and come on over. We're going to get a good picture here. All right, and let me grab your nuts. There you go.
Okay.
It's part of the program.
I thought it was something I needed.
Well, it's not something you no longer use.
You didn't ask me if I'm
anyway.
allergic to peanuts.
Well, if you are, don't eat them.
Okay.
All right. Everybody, a big hand for Rob Giard, Pro Open Champion 2025. And with any luck at all, he'll make a good showing in our new Pro Comp class. All right, next up, a name I get to say amazingly often, John Markham. John Markham, of course, is our 2025 Pro ET champion. And we have a John Markham here, going once, going twice. Is John around? No, I see shakes of the head out there, so we're going to bypass John for now. I know this guy's here. CJ Mims. Let's have a hand for CJ. And CJ, what an amazing accomplishment. And, of course, I've been getting to know you here this last year. Would this be the first time you've won a world championship?
Yes, sir.
Wow. And you've been riding now for how long? Like 2 weeks?
2 years.
3 years.
Oh, yeah,
of course.
3 years.
There you go. So that's not bad, though, going to the championship after 3 years. Let me get you your jacket. And I'll, oh, wait a minute. That's the guy that gets 2 jackets. This one's yours, CJ Mims. So let's hold that up for our photo op. CJ, you had an amazing time. Let me get you your nuts. All right, and be sure to share your nuts with the family. All right, everybody. It's been a great show so far. Now I'm going to be looking for V-Twin champion Larry Berger. Larry Berger in the house. Where is he? Larry! All right. And once again, our most improved award goes to Larry Berger, who really found it last year. And we're so proud of you. Of course, you run the local series at the local tracks as well. And if you had to sum your success up in very few words, what would they be?
Persistence.
Outstanding, outstanding. Let me get you your jacket. Yeah! Wear it with pride. So we want to get a little photo op here. Larry, Larry, Larry. Woo!
Not embarrassed at all.
Congratulations again, buddy. It's great to see, man. Oh, yeah. Hey, here, let me fondle your nuts.
Thank you.
Hey, I got nuts. I got jokes. Mantez Thompson Jr. Whoa! Doobie does. Ultra Sportsman champion and returning to the number one position. So you've been, what, the last 3 years? You've been 1-2-1, right? Yes, sir. Wow, outstanding. And this guy can ride anything, you know. I got to admit, when I first met you and started to get to know you, I'm like, that's interesting. And then I just see you on bike after bike after bike, and you have really taken the family, you know, racing to a whole new level, haven't you?
Sure. Oh, yeah, I try to, you know. This is something that I've always been around, and I always wanted to master it. So any bike I can get my hands on, I've been fortunate to ride pretty much a lot of bikes, from turbo, nitrous, motor, and I got a lot of people behind me that believe in me. So I got to go out here and just do my job every pass and get better, perfect my craft, and listen to my dad, because he teach me a lot of things. He haven't told me everything, but I'm going to figure out what he got going.
Well, he has really passed the torch to you. And come on over with that jacket, Gabby. Yeah, buddy. Oh, my gosh. You're showing the bag. There you go. Mantez Thompson Jr., once again, Ultra Sportsman champion, has regained the throne. Congratulations, and don't forget your nuts. All right, one more time. Let's have a big hand for Mantez. All right, now I don't think this gentleman is here this weekend. Bond Family Racing, Robert Bond Jr., no? Okay. Of course, he was our Pro Street champion. And I don't know, is Bud Herod here, our real street champion? Does anybody know? Bud Herod? I don't think so. Okay, so moving on. Once again, did John Markham make it? Because I've got another one to give him. John, did you make it up here? Okay. Well, then, we're going to go right to Tyrone Lemons. If Tyrone is here. Tyrone, I've got your Holly. Tyrone Lemons going once, going twice? No? Okay. Well, no problem. Oh, I see Brandy's here. All right, so we're still going to see Braden here shortly. I'm going to move now into our second place and third place winners. Starting again with Top Gas is Scott DeLong here. Scott, did you make it up? Yeah. All right, Scott, there's the iron for second place. Let's get the photo up. Scott, amazing season. You've done really well here lately. Is there anything you'd like to say to the world?
I'd just like to thank my friends that helped me get this done, and MTC for sponsoring our classes, Schwartz Law Group for this. Sorry about that. And that's about it.
Well, you deserve it, man. Great. Let's get a hand for Scott DeLong, number 2 in points in 2025. Woo! All right, now I'm going to move into our third place plate for 2025 in Top Gas, and of course that's for Rashad Rowe. Rashad, are you here? There he is. All right, there it is. That's the hardware. And oh, you already got money too, huh? Outstanding. Rashad Rowe, and how did you do it? What got you that far in points this year?
A good first race like today. You know what I mean? I started the year off number 1 qualifier, went to the finals. Had a good race with the Cunningham brothers that are always tough, and just kind of held on to that momentum throughout the year, you know.
All right, great job, Rashad. Thanks for continuing to come out to Man Cup. And let's hold the plaque up for a photo op. Heck, hold that check up too. You know, we like to see all the goodies. Rashad Rowe, come on, let's get a hand for Rashad. Thank you, Rashad. Outstanding. All right, now moving into V-Twin ET, second place is Jimmy Smith up here. Jimmy, are you here? Jimmy Smith and Stacy Smith for third place. Are they here? Yes, no, maybe so. All right, well, we'll go on from there. Back to Real Street. Is George Cross here? Did he come race this weekend at Real Street? I don't believe so. Well, once again, second place goes to George Cross. And third place, I know this gentleman's not here, but we'll talk about him anyway. Ricky Gadsden. So, Ricky Gadsden took third place in Street ET. Now we're moving into our grudge points class, and Chris Edwards. Chris Edwards, are you here? Chris Edwards, yes, no, okay. No problem. How about John Carter? John Carter, who would be our third place in grudge points? No, okay, moving on. Pro Open, second place, Jeffrey Hill. I don't know if Jeffrey's here this weekend. I don't think I've seen him, no, okay. And third place, Tommy Saxon. I don't think he's here either, no, that's okay. Supercomp, second place, Santi Rodriguez. Are you here, Santi? There he is. Santi. All righty. I love handing hardware to this guy. I get to do it a lot. And calling your wins and calling your rounds are always good. And, of course, Santi is our benevolent chaplain as well. So, Santi, you got a few words for your flock?
Yeah, thank you. And, hey, start showing up for service, chapel service. I know it's early, but it'd be great to see you guys more than just on the track. So we can pray in chapel service, and then we can try to kick each other's butts on the track.
And once again, at 7:45 a.m. in the morning, third floor of the tower. Hey, let's have a hand for Santi Rodriguez.
Markham forgot, and he took an Uber to eat dinner. He says he'll get his stuff tomorrow.
Okay, thanks for the update on John Markham. All right, Santi Rodriguez, our number 2 in Supercount. Number 3, I get to call this guy's name a little bit today, too. Scott DeLong. Come on back up, Scott. And another achievement for you there. We'll get the obligatory photo op. And once again, congratulations. Thank you for supporting us. Appreciate it. All right, Ultra Sportsman, second place, Spencer Johnson. Spencer, are you up here? I know he's here this weekend. Well, Spencer, you've changed. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, wait, we still want to get the photo op, though. Yeah, you got drafted for photo op. Spencer Johnson, second place. There you go. All right, Ultra Sportsman, third place. John Markham once again, so we'll just keep that for John. Okay, Pro Mod, second place in 2025 Pro Mod, Terry Wynn. Terry, are you here? Terry Wynn going once, second place. All right, we'll hang on to that for Terry, no problem. Third place in Pro Mod, Tyrone Lemons. Did he make it up here, Tyrone? No? Wait, that ain't right. Oh, that's right. Yep, okay. Well, no problem. We're going to go to Street ET, second place, John Markham. John Markham is everywhere. Oh, I'm going to bust him for not being here, let me tell you. Anyway, Street ET, third place, Javante Jones. I know he's here this weekend. All right. Look at that smile, man. I love that. Outstanding. So, any words for the crowd and the people at home?
No, not.
Not really. That's fine. That's fine. Not a problem. Not a problem. Everybody, Javante Jones. Give him a big hand. Okay, so moving on now into Pro Ultra 460, second place, Morris Ball. Is Morris Ball with us? Morris Ball? Yes, no? Nope. Okay. Third place in Pro Ultra 460, Deshaun Wheeler. Deshaun, come on down. You got to be here somewhere. Where is Mr. Wheeler? Deshaun, we got stuff for you. Oh, there's Tyrone. Hey. Well, we'll hang on to that for Deshaun. Come on down, man. We're going to start with the trophy. Congratulations. Congratulations. And I've got a jacket for you as well. All right, we're going to just stand here for a quick photo op with our Man Cub photographer. Tyrone, you killed it last year. Any words for the crowd?
Yeah, enjoy the next year.
Well said. Well, you go ahead and defend that plate this year, and you're going to have a fun time trying. Everybody, let's have a big hand for Pro 460. And Tyrone, there's one more thing I got to give you. Your nuts. I got your nuts right here, buddy.
I never need them.
There you go. All right. What's that? Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, you got any more arms? That's for your third place in Pro Mod last year.
Oh.
Now let's get a picture of that. Look at all this stuff. Congratulations, Tyrone, man. Heck of a year. You got a lot to be proud of.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Deshaun, are you here? All right. Hey, wait. Big hand for Tyrone Lemons. Come on. Big hand for Tyrone. All right, Deshaun Wheeler, we pulled you out of obscurity to get you over here for this award. This is for third place in Pro Ultra 460. Ah, come on. Smile for the camera. Congratulations, Deshaun. And really, deeply appreciative of your ongoing support of everything that goes on out here. Stupendous. Great stuff. Thank you, Deshaun Wheeler. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Jr., come on up and claim your second place in Pro ET. And boy, that was a heartbreaker. You came so close to getting the plate, but that's nothing to sneeze at either. Congratulations to Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Anything you want to say to the crowd?
I just want to say thanks to my dad, Scott DeLong, and just, thank you, Hollywood, for putting on a great show. So.
Thank you for being part of it, Dwayne. Thank you. Everybody, Dwayne Schmidt Jr., DJ, local hero. Third place in Pro ET last year went to Rashad Rowe. So come on down one more time. There you go. Why don't we hold both of them up for the camera?
Thank you.
Phenomenal job. Thank you, Rashad Rowe, everybody. All right, I don't believe Patrick Borg is here for second place in Pro Street. So, and I'm pretty sure GT Tonglet isn't here either for his third place in Pro Street. Braden Davis has arrived. All right, Braden. Come on up, Braden, and collect your booty. Congratulations, Braden.
Yep.
What an accomplishment. Pro Mod champion for 2025. So why don't you go ahead and let us know who you would like to thank for your amazing success.
I want to thank my parents and my papa, John Davis, Terry and Angela with Powertrain. They've been a big stepping stone in our program. And, it's been a little bit of a struggle this weekend, I'm not going to lie to you. And but we ended the day going 408, and Dad said it's still safe, so we'll turn it up for them turbos tomorrow.
Well, yeah, they're going to be coming for you. You know that.
Well, as long as we can get the jump on them and tree them, I think we can hold them off.
I believe you probably can. Yeah, let's get your jacket up here for the photo op. And let's see here. Just kind of grab that, and I think that's about it. Good job, Braden. And I got to give you one more thing.
What is that?
Well, I got your nuts right over here. There you go. Oh, all right. Big hand for Braden Davis, our 2025 Pro Mod champion. All right, so I think that is the end of who we have on hand, unless John Markham got back here. He's still eating dinner? All right, good for him. So anyway, I believe that is it for people who are present. Thank you, everyone, for your amazing support. And a big shout out to all of the champions, all the number twos, all the number threes. Without your support, we wouldn't be who we are. We're so glad you're who you are. Keep on coming to Man Cup. Thanks, everybody. Come on. Keep on coming. Love y'all. And that concludes our 2025 awards ceremony. So I'm going to sign off for the